Ooh, welcome back, Heavenlies. This is Heaven's Army playing Chessmaster episode 5. So, we're back again. It's we're just gonna continue on with what we were doing. And hopefully soon I'll feel like taking on some of these other chess players in this game and see how we really do. But how's everyone while I go into this and hear what else is gonna be
The
taught?
pin is a very important tactic in your chess-playing repertoire. Here's how a pin works. On this diagram, the black pawn cannot move because if it does, the king will be under attack from the white bishop.
Right.
We say that the pawn is pinned to the king.
Something I should be doing, yes.
There are always three elements to a pin: the piece that does the pinning, the piece that is pinned, and the piece to which the pinned piece is
It
pinned.
doesn't have to be a king. So we're back to normal where R is next, and it's in 30 steps. Not like continue and hit right, and also hit L and R to go from beginning to end. This is way nicer. I wish they would have had all the menus like this.
The most powerful type of pin involves the king. On this setup, there are two pieces pinned to the black king. The pawn on
And the
g7
knight.
can't move because of the white queen on c3, and the knight on h5 can't move because of the rook on
Which
h1.
it's so powerful.
If either the pawn or the knight moves, the king will be in check.
But really, like, would you want to use your queen to pin a pawn in a chess game? I'm thinking no. You want to use your queen to pin something powerful like a rook or something, and your rook to take out. I guess clearly not a rook, but yeah, like in this point, you could literally take the knight. There's nothing stopping you from taking the knight.
The second type of pin involves a piece. On this setup, black can't take the pawn on e4 because if it does, the white queen on d2 can take the black queen on d8 and check black's king.
Okay.
The last type of pin involves a square. On this diagram, the black knight can't move because if it does, the white rook can move to c8 and deliver checkmate to the black king. So the black knight is pinned to square c8.
Makes sense.
If one of your pieces is pinned, there are four ways to get out of it.
Okay.
On this setup, the pawn on d5 is pinned to the queen on d8 by the queen on d2. However, this is not a very strong pin, because the white queen can be captured by the black knight on b3. Knight takes queen. So the first way to remove a pin is by taking the pinning
Yeah.
piece.
Never that easy.
The second way to remove a pin is by attacking the pinning piece. On this diagram, black can remove the pin on the pawn by attacking the rook with the queen a7 to b7. White must now move the rook or risk losing it.
Okay.
The third way to remove a pin is to place another, less valuable piece in the path of the pin. Here, the queen is pinned to the king by the black
Good
bishop.
move.
To get rid of
Not
the
really.
pin, white can interpose by simply moving his pawn to d4.
That's. I mean, using a bishop to take a pin a queen is a bad move because the queen could just take it right back. Which means you wouldn't use a rook or a bishop or a queen to pin a queen because the queen can counter attack that. Now a knight, that makes sense. But now with that rook up there defending the bishop, that makes sense. And something else I have to think of because you just can't pin a piece and just think it's pinned, especially when I move a bishop to attack a queen because it's not pinned. I'll just get counterattacked and lose my bishop right away and go like, oh, that was pretty stupid. Like I could sense happening to me.
The last way to get out of a pin is to move the more valuable piece out of the path of the pin. Here, the white knight is pinned to the king by the black bishop. White can escape this pin by moving the king away, king to g2.
Okay.
A tactic that's similar to a pin is called a skewer. In this situation, the rook can't move because it's pinned to the king. In a pin, the piece behind the pinned piece is usually the more valuable of the two. In a skewer, the piece that's in front is the more valuable piece. In this skewer, the king must move, and when it does, white wins the rook.
And then lose the bishop.
Black to move. Set up a pin that will win material. Correct.
Okay. I'm not gonna win anything. Oh, wait, yeah, yes I am. Okay. I am. I was gonna say I'm not going to win anything, but yes I am. At this point. Again, where's my king? Where's the rest of the pieces?
White to move. Set up a pin that will win material.
Okay, well clearly you can't go after the knight because it's defended.
That's right.
Great. I'm going to do these exercises because I need to do them.
Black to move. Set up a pin that will win material. That's correct.
And pin a queen.
White to move. Move a piece to set up a pin. You got it right.
You got it.
Black to move. Move a piece to set up a pin.
Okay, that doesn't work. But this does.
Correct.
Okay.
White to move. Set up a pin that will win material. That's right.
No point to try to block the knight when it's defended. Pin the knight when it's defended.
White to move. Set up a pin that will win material. That's correct.
Okay. It's really easy when the board's empty.
Black to move. Set up a pin that will win material.
I'm assuming the board is flipped and I'm moving up. But it doesn't really matter. This isn't going to get defended. What? I want to see what that said again. The pin does not win material. Try again. Oh, okay. Well, which way is my pieces moving? It's going this way? Okay, I'm going down. That's very good to know. I can never tell which way I'm going with these boards. Ever. So, I cannot tell. But now that I know I'm going downward,
you got
that's
it right.
the right way. Why do they do this to me? So funny. Anyway.
Black to move. Set up a pin that will win material.
Okay. That works.
Correct.
So the queen's going to take the queen can't attack, right?
White to move. Set up a pin that will win material.
Isn't either of them fine? This one's better, though.
That's correct.
Because the king can move down and defend. Okay. I think they were just trying to trick me there. And now they're actually counting one turn. But, again, I don't have a king to move either to skip a turn. It's nice when they do this to me.
White to move. Set up a pin that will win material.
That's a little bit more better now. See, now I'm seeing the board, and now we're here. Set up a pin to win material. Well, those stack pawns can't do anything, so I just saw that, and
Correct.
that makes sense. But okay. I gotta, like, stop each turn to think? I don't know about that.
White to move. Move a piece to set up a pin.
Move a piece to set up a pin.
That's right.
Okay. Guess you gotta move. Everything seems to be still fine. Everything seems kind of protected or not being able to get attacked, so that's, you can move
White
that.
to move. Move a piece to set up a pin.
Usually in chess, all your pieces are under attack, so you just can't move a piece so freely like this. My queen is absolutely safe there, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, okay. I'm like, if this is wrong, like, what's the answer?
Black to
Okay.
move. Move a piece to set up a pin.
So I would be playing like this if I was black. Okay.
You got it right.
So queen is more than just a really strong piece. Would you use your queen this way to pin a bishop down towards a king? While there's still another queen out on the board? Or will you, or is it just more simpler to just trade off queens and go for the end game without having queens on the board? Because I'm getting confused with this queen now, especially when they're doing this with the queen. Yes, I got a pin piece, but it's a bishop, and my queen is now stuck there unless I want to move it. And apparently, like in another turn, I think I'm pretty safe at this point. But now they're gonna move a piece, and I'm assuming it'd be a pawn piece to start attacking my wall and in front of my king on purpose to do that. Go against my stack piece and take out that one final piece there. It makes sense that when I move this, the white g4 pawn's gonna come down. And then even if I take that bishop, then I'm gonna lose a pawn. Then I'm gonna have to move my king. Then the queen is gonna start becoming active, and so is the king. And then now I got like a hole here, and then I got a double stack pawn. It's just those questions already that I'm looking at is already confusing me on why I would put my queen there. Again, they keep throwing the number at me, saying, "Oh, but you went up 3 pieces," and in the next turn, it's gonna be they're gonna move their thing. You take the 3, then you use one, so you're already up 2. Yeah, hooray for numbers and stuff that I'm up +2. But in chess, I'd rather be up +20 or 30, not up +2. I'd rather see bigger numbers. I'd rather see a checkmate because then I don't have to worry about numbers.
Black to move. Move a piece to set up a pin.
Okay, I'm pretty safe there until that happens. Okay, that's not going to work, but yeah, that works. Sorry, that's not correct. Well, it's a check. The king can't take it. The king moves. Oh, that's a fork. Okay, well, my bad. I saw a fork right away. That didn't work at all then. My bishop can slice all the way through all of this. Interesting. Okay. So then just move this piece and it's safe here as well. I did a fork, which gets me a piece, moves the king out of the way, blocks off the rook for going backwards, and all's well.
Correct.
But I'm stopping the bishop from slicing down before the rook comes over and starts causing me grief. I'm guessing. Okay. I guess there's a sense of urgency that I don't sense. Because
White to move. Move a piece to set up a pin.
way easier when the board is flipped the right way. Why don't they just flip the board around so that you know which way you're looking? That would be handy. Move a piece to pin a piece. Okay, my bishop's absolutely trapped. My knight can go... I'm not really pinning anything, but my knight can not go there. My knight will get taken out instantly. Okay. That's a bad move. I'm glad I saw that bishop. Okay. I could move my pawn up, but that doesn't, like, pin this bishop to that. Well, there you go. I can move my bishop after all.
You got it right.
Okay. Because I'm trying to do pins here. I'm doing, like, forks and stuff, and that's not right at this moment.
White to
Funny.
move. Set up a pin that will win material.
Set up a pin that'll win material. Okay, my queen can definitely move. Moving your queen at a rook is going to make you lose a queen. And going after the knight, I can't do it. Taking a piece doesn't do anything. Okay, so next is my bishop. It's not pinning anything. It's not pinning anything. Okay. I can move you one. I'm not pinning anything again. There is really nothing lined up. Wow, okay. Me moving my queen here causes me to lose my queen right away. And then nothing happens after, because there's nothing I can do. I can't, like, move up and then instantly attack this rook. So... I can go here. That does nothing. I can go here, I lose my queen. I lose my queen. Oh, I finally found it. No, that doesn't work. The knight can attack me there. It's the only piece I found so far, though. The only pin. That's better.
That's right.
I was like, what's going on here? It's the only pin I see in this entire board. Glad I can figure that out.
Black to move. Set up a pin that will win material.
So now I'm this way again. Throw me off by flipping me all around. Why can't I just always play as white and then there'd be no board flipping or anything? That'd be... If I ever make a chess game, I already know on how to improve this a lot. Either way. A pin to win material. It's a bad move. Can I just move my queen there? It's already defended. It's not the correct answer, even though if he takes it, then I take, and then the queen cannot move because the pin is really good. But there's even better.
That's correct.
The sacrifice. Don't lose a queen for queen, basically. Try to use a smaller piece to lose, and then go up a piece. Again, I guess that does work. But I could have moved my queen there as well, and then taken it, and it's still a check. But a better move was the bishop, because it does exactly what I wanted the queen to do, and then I still have a queen instead of a bishop. It makes sense. Of course, I didn't go do the best route, but it still works. I still get my check. The king got to come forward. And then I move my bishop over and I go up on the attack again. It's all good for me. And my rook is just devastating back there. I could eventually freely take my, I would move my bishop and then take the knight, and then move my bishop back again, and then block off the king from proceeding, and then move on to take the bishop if the bishop doesn't move. This is a totally winning game for black.
Black to move. Set up a pin that will win material. Correct.
Okay. That one was
Black
some
to
of them are
move.
really easy.
Move a piece to set up a pin.
Okay, I can move all the way through, but that's not gonna work. I could pin the knight to the bishop. And the knight can't move, because if the knight moves, I take the bishop, and then it's a check. Mate. That's a good one. I kind of like that. How about we just go for it, instead of thinking about it?
That's right.
That kind of works nicely. Are we done? Cool. When you hit next again, it ends the thing and checks off the thing that you're on. Brilliant. Quiz pins done. Okay, now it's forks. I did a fork already, but now we're gonna learn how to do more.
The fork is a chess tactic in which one of your pieces simultaneously threatens two of your opponent's pieces. Since he can't save both of them, you win a piece. Here's an example of a fork. In this situation, white can create a fork by moving his knight to d4. From this square, he is attacking both the queen and the rook. Black can save only one of his pieces, so white wins the rook.
Sounds great. But if you fork the wrong way, like trying to use a rook to take out a queen and a rook, you'll lose your rook. So I think forks is really meant with bishops and knights. Long distance, and you can't get back. You can't get a counterattacked or whatever. That's what I meant to say.
Knights are very effective in creating forks because they're able to attack other pieces without putting themselves in jeopardy. On this board, the white knight attacks 8 of black's pieces, but none of them are attacking the knight in return.
Lucky.
Forks can be created using queens, knights, bishops, rooks, and even pawns.
I would love to be able to pull off a pawn fork and win material. Because that pawn, you can get attacked with a pawn, so a pawn fork with a pawn is not really winning material. The pawn will just take instantly. And that bishop's not really doing well because the queen can counter that. Like, it just, like, yeah, some forks just really don't work unless you're really defending. Like, if you gotta defend your piece, then move to the fork. And at that point, if you move a piece, then they're gonna be like, what are you putting there? Oh, you're gonna put your rook there. So I'll defend that now. Usually is what happens. But anyway, I'd like to see what happens in a chess game where I'll try to use a pin, a fork, and a skewer, and whatever else.
In order to create an effective fork, you must take care that the pieces you're attacking are undefended. In this situation, the white queen is attacking black's knight and bishop. However, the knight is protected by black's rook. So if the queen takes the knight, the rook will take the queen.
Okay.
Black can move the bishop out of harm's way, knowing that white won't take the knight and thereby risk his queen.
Okay.
Here's another fork. In this situation, white is attacking black's bishop along with the f7 square. If black allows the white knight to move to f7, white will achieve what's called a smothered mate. The knight is attacking the king, none of black's pieces can take it, and the king has no way to escape. If black makes a space to which the king can move, white can take black's bishop.
That's a special fork. You attack one piece and still get it, and you and you have to move, and you can't move that piece.
On this setup, it would appear that white has many options for forking black's pieces. However, not all forks are created equal.
Right, the knight.
If the white knight moves to a6, thus attacking the king and the rook, black can take the knight with his pawn. If the knight moves to d7, attacking black's king and his knight, black can take the knight with his own
And
knight.
the rook.
The only fork white can create in which he will gain material is by moving to d3. Now the knight is attacking both of black's rooks, and black will have to decide which one to save and which one to lose.
Wouldn't checking the king also be good enough to also win a piece? Because now the rook will you may lose a rook, but you could also defend your rook with another rook. I'm assuming the best move was king and rook, because then the king has to move. There's nothing you can do, and then you just attack. So yeah, that's the better one.
Black to move. Move a piece to create a fork. Correct. Now play the continuation. That's right.
Now the rook has to move.
White to move. Move a piece to create a fork.
Chess, the Legend of Chara. Whoa, it's been a while. How you been? Welcome back. Yeah, chess. I wanted to learn how to play chess while I was it was in between games. So chess was the one. Good, you say. Well, that's good. Good's good. All right, I'm moving a piece to fork because that is what we do. Okay. I don't know if I'm moving my queen yet, but that works.
That's correct. Now play the continuation. You got it right.
I was gonna move my queen because that's a strong piece.
White to move. Move a piece to create a fork.
That's even better because now I win a rook out of it, and I lose a knight, but I at least win something.
Correct. Now play the continuation. That's right.
So again, like I would have been happy to fork and then move and then get another fork and then not lose a piece while I'm forking. But anyway, I guess once if the queen takes it, then you could drive your queen up. So maybe that's what they're thinking. Maybe that's what I'm supposed to see, because all I saw was me losing a knight there. Yes, I went up pieces again. I went up material, but again, you're still losing a knight after you're done that. So to me, I don't like doing that.
White to move. Move a piece to create a fork.
That works.
You got it right.
Queen.
Now play the continuation. Correct.
I'm glad they're all knight ones.
Black to move. Move a piece to create a fork.
Because if they weren't all knight ones, I'd have to think for a while. Completely fine. That's not the best move? I check the thing and get a rook. Oh, right, it's defended. I didn't even look at that. Whoops. Okay.
That's right.
Better, because you get a queen.
Now play the continuation.
Oh, okay. I wasn't even paying attention to the defending rook, but...
That's correct.
Even better was the queen. Okay.
Black to move. Move a piece to create a fork.
Okay, there's a better move, but I saw one there. You could take out a rook or a bishop right away. You can take out two rooks this way.
You got it right.
But
Now play the continuation.
there's plenty of moves, and now I'm gonna lose a bishop.
Correct.
Yeah, no. They're gonna go and drive that pawn out of the way, and then that doesn't work. Either way, the rook can go over and take up my h7 pawn, and then totally block me off, and also make another weakness. Because my king can't take it. Neither is any of my bishops defending. So I don't know. It seems like some of these moves just look bad.
Black to move. Move a piece to create a fork.
This is too far away. Okay, gonna move my knight up. Not that it was gonna work, but I can move my knight and fork the queen and bishop, or I can move my other knight to take the queen and bishop. So why don't I just move this one? I can move this one too, because it's not gonna get attacked at all. Most likely they're gonna move the queen out of. Oh, I'm gonna get checked, so I would totally move this one anyway. But still, all right, it's even better. Okay. That's not defended, but I can fork. Not really. I'll just instantly lose a pawn. All right. Interesting. The two that I moved that are defending themselves is not good.
Now play the continuation.
Oh, okay. I'm like, that's weird. I only moved it because I can get the queen and the pawn. But now I understand that they want me to do a smothered mate. And I'm guessing you're supposed to just see that, but that's not gonna work because the queen can instantly take me out.
That's correct.
That's wrong, because the queen is gonna take out my knight, and then I'm gonna be down a knight. But anyway, that's no wonder I can't do these, because now I know how to move pieces, and now I don't want to just move my piece and get destroyed. But the queen's just instantly gonna take out my knight. There's no checkmate there. Yeah, the queen. It doesn't matter. The queen will take out my knight. My knight will take out that piece. And then we're gonna start moving again because I don't want to get smothered. So then I'll drive my knight out or something, or move my pawn, anything, to get my queen some breathing room, my king some breathing room. So yeah, like anyway, the game is not over at that point.
White to move. Move a piece to create a fork.
Okay, that's all bad for my knight. Again, though, I can't fork anything from here. I must be moving a knight. It only go here, or here, or here. So you want me to go here, move the queen somewheres.
You got it right.
So I could go and get a check.
Now play the continuation. That's correct.
Just so I could get a check.
White to move.
Odd.
Move a piece to create a fork.
Odd. It's white to move. Okay, well I saw what to do. I was gonna move this piece, Oh, it doesn't work. Okay, I'm glad it doesn't work. So, white to move. Let's try this again now that I'm moving the right pieces. Okay, there's totally moves here. I just need to find the right one because none of these are working right now. Okay. That like makes me lose my knight. So I must be moving my queen. And then I'm attacking this. No, because my queen's gonna instantly die if I do that. My queen's gonna instantly die and instantly die. Okay. That does not work. Only move that I can attack a bishop, but I'm not forking anything else. Alright, I can move up 2. I can move up 1. What? Okay, I'm not seeing this one at all. Move a piece to create a fork, which is what I'm going to just move a piece and I'm going to be forking. Okay, so... Oh, my knight's defended by the queen. Oh.
Now play the continuation.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. I wasn't thinking about defending. I was just like, I just need to create a fork. Apparently not. That time I had to make sure that my piece was defended by something. Okay. It's throwing me off because I'm just thinking of still working on Pro Chess. Oh, absolutely. So I downloaded your game, Malice, so Dark Souls 3 is in the near future and ready to go whenever you are. And it came with like a bunch of stuff, so yeah. It got the DLCs and it comes with, well, I mean, I was able to download the whatchamacallit, the two backgrounds on the PlayStation 4. So that as well. But it's on its way. So we're all good, just waiting on you. Correct. Oh, I hit a button.
Black to move.
Got distracted.
Move a piece to create a fork.
It's a little distracted. Again. You need to download the DLC separately, I think. Yep, already got it. Already installed and ready to go. I made sure I clicked onto it, and then when I looked down into my installed apps, it's there. It's all good. I am totally ready for it. Cool indeed. So, gonna be fun. Now I got a bishop, queen. My queen is absolutely stuck. So that's not gonna work, but my knight can take out that. My knight can get rid of the queen, maybe. And then check? Am I going for move the queen and then check?
That's right. Now play the continuation. That's correct.
And then what am I gaining out of that? Then the king moves. And then the game carries on. Because I don't see me winning now. What have I won in the process other than getting the queen out of my way? Is that what I'm supposed to be learning?
White to move. Move a piece to create a fork.
Since the rook is causing me grief and the queen?
You got it right.
That's what I needed.
Now play the continuation.
That's what I needed to aim for?
Correct.
Now I lose my knight. Completely I lose my knight with either the queen Yeah, the queen's gonna go down and take my knight. Now my king's getting driven over to the corner. Then I drive my knight down, I think, to block. Because, yeah, that'll just get me killed. So I gotta move my knight now and then drive my king into the bottom right corner. It looks like black's gonna win after I do this.
Black to move. Move a piece to create a fork.
So yeah, I don't know what they're teaching me other than just don't worry about it. Just fork and you'll somehow win. That's bad. Okay, I was going to do that, but then it just can't turn out bad. So, we're pretty close to a certain day. And I don't know, I may change it up, because I used to always on the day of the holiday, just play a little short game and then go do what I gotta do, and then come back later on and then play something else. I could change it up a little bit this year to do something else. I'm still going to be playing the holiday game. It just may not be on that day. Only because I'll maybe playing something else or something. So be prepared because it might actually be a little bit different. But it'll still equal out to at least a holiday game for that holiday on my channel. All right, now I can start talking or playing again and thinking. Great, that does nothing. Check. The queen moves. That's not good enough. Isn't this checkmate? Wait, it can't be checkmate because that would be too funny if it's checkmate and all I'm doing is creating a fork when I could get a checkmate? My bishop has got this blocked. So nothing's going to move into it. So the moment I move my queen here, it's checkmate. Why would I be using a fork when I can checkmate? That's not the answer we're looking for. Yes, you can checkmate, but we don't want you to win. We want you to fork. Okay, fine. Fine. Am I right or am I wrong? Somebody who plays chess, let me know that no, you just can't checkmate like that. You gotta something else is in the way. Oh, okay. Well, I guess that pawn, that pawn's gonna totally take up my piece. Oh, well then I would totally do this. And then, oh wait, that still doesn't work. Then I'd do this. Absolutely, that's what I would do. And then he takes, and then I go, and it's checkmate. If he doesn't take, then he's in trouble. So yeah, I would totally move. I would move this piece first. If he doesn't take and moves his king, then the mate is over. But then I'll just push past it again, really squeezing and undermining his defense as one lone pawn up there. So like that's what I would do in this situation. Not look for a fork. And maybe that's why I maybe win, because I'm not trying to find forks and pins and skewers. I'm just gonna try to find the best possible scenario to win. Well, we'll find out. Maybe I'll actually be a good chess player at the end of this. Because I don't use forks and pins and skewers and stuff. Anyway, alright, now we can start moving again. Oh, it was my bad. I got really distracted with that silly checkmate thing that I can almost pull off. My knight cannot really move where I want it to. My knight can go here because it's defended and it's a check, and that's what you're trying to tell me? Even though the queen is just going to either A, do something with that piece. Oh, it's a check though, so the king has to move. So the king moves. Let's find out what happens.
Now play the continuation.
And check again. You want me to take out the bishop?
That's correct.
I don't like the bishop up there. Instead of going for a checkmate in a few turns, maybe. Depending on a really skilled player, which I won't be playing, so I should get a checkmate at that point. Either way, whatever.
White to move. Move a piece to create a fort.
There's not 170 of these, is there? Because I'm not here to do 170 of these. I wanted to, like, just get some practice in. Yeah, no way. There cannot be 170 pieces to move. Unbelievable. No. Play and then the continuation. It's not quite. It's actually 2 moves. But there was 170. No. How many are there? Okay, 3. 2. That's better. See? 3 and 2 is a good number. 8 is a little too much. A discovery. I feel like I got some practice on those. We'll move on to something that's
A discovery
crazy.
is an attack that's discovered when an intermediate piece moves out of the way. On this setup, if the knight moves away, the white rook is now attacking the black queen.
Why would the knight move there?
This is a discovered attack. Unfortunately, the black queen is also attacking the white rook, and it's black's turn. So this is not really an effective discovery.
No, it's not. Like, not at all. But thanks for showing us what a not good discovery looks like. Because maybe that's what they're teaching us right now.
Here's the same setup, but with the black king added on h6.
Oh, much better.
Now, if white moves his knight to f5,
check.
He's attacking 2 pieces at once. Black must save his king, so white wins the queen.
Hooray.
Here's an example of a discovery involving a pawn. When the pawn moves to e5, the bishop's attack on the queen is revealed. Black saves his queen, but loses his rook.
So when you make a discovery like that, you have to take. Unless the person could move and then put you in check and completely stop you. But you don't, like, discover and then move on somewhere else, right? Or do you discover to improve your placement? I don't know. I need some professionals to start showing up and start bailing me out on all my questions.
On this diagram, white's most obvious discovery occurs by moving the rook to g7. The king must move away, and white wins the rook. However, there's another move for white. Can you find it?
No? What do you mean there's another discovery? Only moving the knight. Only moving the rook is the only discovery. I do not see it. There's no other discoveries. If I move my bishop, nothing happens. If I move my other bishop, nothing happens. And driving my bishop up attacks the rook and it's defended, but nothing else happens.
Look what happens if you move the rook to e2. Now the bishop is attacking the black rook, and the white rook is attacking the e8 square. Black must act to save his king, and white wins the black rook.
Oh, okay, you're forcing that type of thing. See, you gotta teach me this thing. You just can't ask me to find another discovery that didn't exist until you've now shown me that move. Oh, okay. You should have said, like, think a way to get a check in 2 moves. And then I would have went, oh, it looks like a back ring check. That would have made sense, but no, he wasn't teaching me that. My brain didn't think that until after I was shown again. And another weakness. Anyway, keep playing.
Here's another example of a discovered attack. White moves his knight to b6, attacking black's rook.
But also checking.
This move reveals a discovered check on black's king.
But the bishop...
Black must move the king, and white wins the rook.
Oh, that bishop wasn't able to attack because of the check. That's the only reason why that bishop just didn't destroy that knight. Okay.
White to move. Move a piece to create a discovered attack. Correct.
Better is that move. Okay. I saw it's only like 2 places to move, and I just threw it, and I was like, okay, yeah, that didn't work.
White to move. Find the discovered
The
attack.
blunder will kick in when I do stuff like that and go, oh, yeah, right, okay, let's just put it there instead, and then I still win. I guess you can't do blunders in a real chess game, though. Yeah, there's no blundering. Okay, a check.
That's right.
There's 94 of these.
White to move. Move a piece to create a discovered attack. That's correct.
The king will take, but you can still go, so yeah, I guess that works.
White to move. Find the discovered attack. You got it right.
Can we get to the spot where the board is full?
Black.
Because this is like, again, oh, that's a little bit better.
Now play the White to move. Move a piece to create a discovered attack. Correct. Now play the continuation. That's right.
Okay, I saw that one. That didn't count. Because it literally showed the pieces moving. I'm like, oh.
White to
a little
move.
bit better.
Find the discovered attack.
Now there's like pieces on the board, and there's a king to aim for, and things are happening now. So what was wrong with this? It's a check. Oh. This is better because the queen can't attack me. Okay, see, I'm learning.
That's correct. Now play the
Because I'm like, wait a
continuation.
minute, that's still a check. No, it's not, because the queen. But now I'm going to lose my rook for
You
for
got
a
it
queen.
right.
Now I'm down a rook. And now it's rook and queen versus rook and bishop, which, for a professional, oh, that's totally a win. For me, I'm down a rook now. So anyway, whatever.
White to move. Move a piece to create a discovered
I'll
attack.
never get used to just throwing away pieces. That is not gonna work. If it's a check, and the bishop comes down and takes my 3-piece, and then I take the rook, it still counts as a win.
Correct.
Ugh.
Now play the
No,
continuation.
this is not a win.
That's right.
I mean, that bishop's gonna constantly keep checking. Or no, it's actually gonna go after my bishop, then I'm just gonna move my bishop down and just start checking that. Oh, and also take out that piece too. Either way, I guess this is still kind of a win. I just wouldn't know how to win here. Do I move my pawn up, or do I start checking the king?
White to move.
Who knows?
Find the discovered attack.
Hopefully there's an endgame course that'll teach me how to do that. Because that's what I need help on. My piece is defended by my pawn. And I get a discover check on the rook.
That's right. Now play the continuation.
And now I'll either A, lose a bishop.
That's
I'll
correct.
lose a bishop here. Isn't there a better way than that?
Black to move. Move a piece to create a discovered attack.
Oh, brilliant. One of the discoveries I would love to do.
You got it right. Now play the continuation. Correct.
And then what happens? Then the bishop slices down into what? It doesn't really do much. Okay, then the knight does something, because... Yeah, the knight would go right to e4, and then either force something to move, force the rook will move, and then you can keep on White can keep on bettering positioning himself. Either way, I don't like this.
Black to move.
At all.
Find the discovered attack.
Okay. What am I moving?
That's right. Now play the continuation. That's correct.
Okay.
White to move.
Just okay.
Move a piece to create a discovered attack.
I'm hoping this is training me to just fire off and start spotting them. I'm hoping this training is just to allow me to visually see that I can cause one of these to happen. A discovery. And that's all I really hope it's teaching me.
You got it right. Now play the continuation. Correct.
Hooray.
Black to move. Find the discovered attack.
There's still another 90-something of these. As in, like, I'm on 30 and it's like 90-something. Like even a total 94 is a bit much.
Black to move. Move a piece to create a discovered attack.
This is at the beginning of the game, so my king castled, and I moved my queen twice. No, this isn't beginning of the game. I would have to move my bishop. Move... No, okay. Somehow I just moved my bishop after I lost my pawn somewheres. And I moved and I moved and then I moved that one and I lost my knight somewheres. No, my knight's over here! Oh, how did my knight get way over there? How did you get to this position? How did you end up like this? Alright, well I gotta try to bail this person out of the horrible move. Alright, he's not ready to play. White is totally winning at this point, but we're gonna totally find a discover attack. And totally just scare him right out of somewheres. Okay, nothing's really... It's my... Oh, okay, I was gonna say there's nothing here! Wait. I'm totally safe here. I'm even safer... No, why would... I would never move my bishop there. I'm not attacking anything. I'm getting attacked. I'm getting attacked. I can still get attacked. It's a check.
You now play the continuation.
Okay, it's not why, it's... Why not? You have to be alive in the 40s to understand that joke. Anyway, then I go up a rook thing. Okay. Anyway, moving on. What's the last one?
Find the discovered attack.
I'm like, cool, I can force a check and then lose my bishop right away and then get a rook out of it. And then the queen's gonna totally block me off and then and protect the bishop as well. It's just bad times. Whoop-de-doo, I went up a few pieces just to get myself in trouble and having to deal with all of his attacks from this point on. Oh, anyway, one more move and we get out of this. This never-ending nightmare of just moving a piece and going, why would you do that? Unless it's the bestest brilliant move, and chessmasters would always do this. That would really throw me off if a chessmaster showed up and went like, yeah, that is absolutely the best move right now. And I would be shocked because then I'll never be able to win in chess. Discovery attacks. There's nothing there for my queen. Okay. Find a discovered attack. I have to move a piece. To attack. Okay, we're not done yet. We're totally not. This is not stumping me. There's nothing. I am. There's no piece behind a piece that's ready to attack. Moving my pawn up. This pawn right here. I'm going to show you what I'm looking at because I'm not seeing anything. If I move this pawn wherever, it doesn't matter. This rook can't attack this way or that way. There's nothing here. Moving this anywheres does not open up the queen to attack anything. So there's no discovery attack with my queen, alright? There's nothing on this line. So it's not the queen. Moving this piece does nothing. Moving this piece doesn't reveal anything. And moving my knight doesn't reveal this piece to attack. So there is no discovery attack, right? Please tell me that this is a glitch. Or if you see it, please help me. Because I looked at all of the pieces. And moving a piece to attack is not a discovery attack. If there was a piece here, and I move my bishop, then my queen has made a discovery attack. So what am I looking for in this game that is discovery attack for black? The only thing that I see is this. Sorry, that's not right. And I castled, but... Oh, I've already... No, that's right. I need to castle this way. And then my rook still doesn't attack anything. I'm so used to being white. Because when I castle this way, my piece is actually out. And able to attack, because it's 3. It's 1, 2... 1, 2, and then flip over. So yeah, either way, I'm not used for being this color to playing chess. Okay, I'm gonna stay on a few more minutes. Apparently nobody's chatting, so I'm assuming either everyone's asleep, not here, or they don't know either. But there's nothing here. No matter what piece I move in front of anything, there's no discovery. I'm just gonna hit R and find out what moved.
Now play the black to move. Find the discovered attack.
This is not a discovery attack. I am moving my thing here.
That's right. Now play the continuation.
Breathe. Just breathe. I didn't do a discovery attack yet still. There's still no discovery happening yet, right? I haven't did a discovery attack. I am so confused. What even is... What do you want from me? I can check. The king? No, that's not even a check. There's nothing here. That's not a check either. What is happening? Of course that's wrong. I don't know what the game wants from me now. I'm so lost. The first piece still doesn't make any sense. The first move. All I did was move a pawn. There's still no discovery happening. Please help me. I need someone to show up, and then I gotta ask them. I need to just skip right to the end and then say, where is the discovery? Because if they know what to do, I'll be like, oh, okay, then I clearly don't understand chess at this point. This was too advanced for me. And I still don't know what to move. Alright, what am I moving now? I mean, what happened? Move back.
Black to move. Find the discovered attack.
What discovered attack? I don't know. I'm losing a bishop, which is 3 pieces
That's right.
to a
Now
pawn.
play the continuation.
And now at this point, I'm going to do something to get something better than a bishop or a knight. So it's either a queen or a rook. The only thing I see, everybody, and I don't know why. Is this right? Okay, good. I mean, hooray! I have... What is next? Okay, no. Wait, why there? Why there? I don't know. What happened? I have no idea what happened. Discoveries 3?
White to move.
And I gotta go through all of this. I don't know, everybody. I am still...
Black to move. Find the discovered attack.
The discovered attack is that my bishop has to get out of my way. And why? Why do I have to move my bishop here? Why can't I move my bishop here? Why can't I move my bishop here? Or here? Like, why does it have to be taken away?
That's right. Now play the continuation.
Why do I have to move that pawn to move my queen here? To then which is to check. The king moves back. And then what? I think I'm moving here.
That's correct.
But why? Why? Stop! Don't move! It's a check. I lost the bishop. The king moves back. If I move my queen again... the bishop will just take my queen, then my bishop will take its bishop, and now I'm down a bishop and a queen for a bishop. I need help with this one. This one has totally broken my brain on everything that I needed to know. I know I stalemate a lot, but I'm not going to go through the thing. And I will take a look at openings, because that's the only opening I do is the one that I shown you. It probably will help to know the other ones.
Throughout chess history, players have been studying the various ways to start chess games. There are hundreds of possibilities and variations on those possibilities, each affecting the outcome of the game. Experienced players eventually develop favorite moves, and many of these openings or opening books have names. In this tutorial, we'll introduce you to several of the most popular openings.
Most popular openings. Can I just have most effective opening? Because I don't need popular. Like, at all.
When you use Chessmaster, if you look in the lower left corner of your screen, you'll find the name of the opening you're currently using.
Oh.
This opening, you'll notice, is called the Sicilian Defense. It's characterized by white playing on the E file and black playing on the C file. So pieces are not exchanged as quickly as they would be if the pawns were played on adjacent files. This is one of the oldest and most popular opening systems, and there are a number of continuing variations on it. Many players, including Bobby Fischer, have played it.
Including Bobby Fischer. How awesome is Bobby Fischer? Clearly, I need to like get on to the chess world and be like, okay, they dropped Bobby Fischer's name on this game numerous times already.
In contrast to the Sicilian is the French defense. The opening moves in the French are e4 and e6.
Oh.
The lack of open files in this position will result in fewer pieces being taken early in the game. This means it's considered to be a closed position. One of the disadvantages of this opening for black is that the light-squared bishop will have a hard time getting developed.
Absolutely.
Another of the most popular openings is called the Ruy Lopez, or Spanish.
The Ruy Lopez.
The moves of the Ruy Lopez opening are e4, e5, knight f3, attacking the pawn.
I do Ruy Lopez?
Knight c6, defending the pawn. And bishop b5,
I don't do that.
Attacking the
Because
defender.
now a pawn will come down and push me away.
Memorize the look of the board in this position, and you'll always be able to recognize the Ruy Lopez opening.
Okay.
The next opening we'll look at is called the King's Indian. The moves of the King's Indian opening are d4,
with the queen pawn.
knight f6, c4,
What?
g6, knight c3, and bishop g7.
What?
There are other variations of Indian defenses as well. They're usually characterized by the development of the bishop toward the side. When a bishop is placed on b2 or g2 for white, or b7 or g7 for black, it's called a fianchetto. Getting your bishop to one of these squares means it's poised to take advantage of the long diagonal.
A fianchetto.
The last opening we'll look at is called the Queen's Gambit. A gambit is an opening in which you plan to lose material in exchange for fast development of your pieces or control of the center.
I don't think I like this.
The moves of the Queen's Gambit accepted are d4, d5, c4, and since black will have a difficult time holding onto his d5 pawn, he plays d takes c4. In another version of the Queen's Gambit, the Queen's Gambit declined, the moves are d4, d5, c4, and in this version, black opts to support his pawn rather than sacrifice it, so he plays e6.
Okay, then you could slice your bishop down. And then check the king. Which there are plenty of defenses for it, but still. You could get a check and go, ha, I checked you already.
From which opening book is this board setup?
Alright, I already forgot what you were telling me, because I was looking for how to learn how to play openings, not memorizing them.
From which
I'll pass on that. I don't need to memorize openings. I agree with Josh at this point. I'm not going to memorize all the things and then go. I just want to play. Algebraic notation. That's the things that we were already taught, like K to A for. Tournament play? What are you talking about?
After you've played chess for a while, you may be interested in expanding your selection of human opponents. You might want to check out the chess clubs in your area. And if you're feeling more confident in your skills, you might want to enter tournament play.
Okay, we'll go with this. What do you mean?
There are two organizations that govern the world of chess. In the United States, tournament play and ratings are certified by the United States Chess Federation, or USCF.
That was close.
Internationally, ratings are governed by the Fédération Internationale des Échecs,
Okay,
which is abbreviated FIDE, pronounced FIDE.
FIDE.
There are three types of tournaments: match competition, round robin, and the Swiss system.
Cool. What's round robin?
Match competition is when two players compete head-to-head. as in matches for the World Championship.
Okay, that's normal. What's round robin?
In a round-robin tournament, every player plays against every other player. These tournaments are used in international competition and to determine most national championships.
Oh, so that's where the it could be that too, Malice. Could be a fat bird. So that's what they mean by if you win a chess game, you get a point. If you draw and you were on the losing end, you get a half point. And if you lose, you stay at zero. The makes no sense to me. Usually, a loss is a negative, and a win is a win, and a draw is zero. But okay, if you're going against three different people, then that would make sense that a win is one and a draw is a half, because you would be able to actually like get a win and two draws. That gives you 2 points. And if the other two draws lost, then you have a chance to win still. Like, it's kind of interesting that way. Okay, now it makes sense. That's what a round robin is. But what happens if there was like 80 people? I don't know if 80 people play chess at the same time. And then that person has to play 80 people, and then those 80 people have to play the other 80. It just sounds like, is that possible? Or is it cut down in like 4s or 6s? And then that group plays another select group of 4. Dividing them up that way, because that's interesting if there's a lot of people.
In the Swiss system, all players are ranked by rating,
Oh,
or alphabetically if unranked.
and the one takes
The
on number
ranked
2?
list is then split in half, and the best player in the top half is matched against the best player in the bottom half.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
The second best player in the top half plays the second best
What?
player in the bottom half, etc.
That seems like 1, 2, 3, and 4 is going to win.
Winners receive 1 point, losers get no points, and with a draw, each player receives 1/2 point.
Each player gets a half.
In the continuing rounds, the winners play winners, and losers play losers.
Dark Souls, this move pawn the king. Maybe chess is more Dark Souls than you think. What do you think of that, Malice? Think about that for a moment.
Chess ratings are earned in USCF or FIDE tournament play against other rated players. In general, the USCF rating scale is a bit higher than the FIDE scale.
So we could go up to 22,400? Okay, either way, so there really is 2 groups of people out here in the real world. If I were to like seriously start playing chess, go out and start winning tournaments and stuff, and my rating will go up to 1,000 and something. Mind blown. But yeah, that's a good thought. And then they will have me, Heaven's Army, with a rating of 1,600, going into competitions, and then keep bringing up my rating little by little, or drop it if I do really bad. And it'll just be known to them, to USCF or FIDE, the United States Chess Federation Foundry. Factory.
USCF ranked players are divided by the classification shown at
Senior
left.
Master. Not Chessmaster? So, Class E. Everybody, I am totally Class E. Without a doubt, I am Class E. Because that's the lowest. If there was a Class F or a Class even worse than that, I would be in it. But okay. Class D. Class C, B, A. And then there's an Expert class. And then there's Master. You are officially a Master at 2,200 and up. And then you're Senior Master, not Chess Master. I thought I was calling all of them Chess Masters. Why is it called Senior Master? I like Chess Master more.
You may have heard the term
Oh,
Grandmaster used
yes!
when talking about a highly ranked
I
player.
meant Grandmaster.
The Grandmaster title is awarded by FIDE and is earned by achieving a certain number of norms or good performances against existing Grandmasters.
Oh.
Next lower, FIDE awards the title of International Master to players who earn enough norms against Grandmasters
What's a norm?
and International Masters in tournament
What's
play.
a norm?
And last, FIDE gives the title of FIDE Master to players who maintain a rating of 2,300 or above in FIDE tournaments.
I don't want to be called a FIDE Master. I remind me, go, hey, Evans, I see you're an IM now. And I'll be like, I am an International Master, thank you. but I wouldn't want to drop down and become a FIDE master. So anyway, Grandmaster is good. International Master, yes. Uh, but I don't know what a norm is. I want to know what a norm is. It sounds like something like the Worms game where you're firing fire and missiles and all that cool stuff against other worms. Haven't played that game yet, but I know it's real. But okay. Either way, I want to find what a norm is.
And now, a word about chess
You
clocks.
gotta hit the button down.
In general, when you play a casual game of chess against a friend, no chess clocks are used. Both players will study a position for a reasonable amount of
No,
time, and play will go
no,
forward.
no, no reasonable amount of time anymore. I already know that Larry sat down for 25 minutes to half an hour to think about a move. And that's not reasonable. That is unreasonable. That is not allowed. If I haven't watched a single today's chess tournament games because I don't know what's going on because I have never followed chess or anything. I just knew about it. I was able to move pieces. That was my extent for chess. It's as much extent as reading books at this point. Except I read a few more chess than books. You know what I mean? So anyway, is reasonable in non-streaming lol. Yeah, I guess that's what I was getting to. Is it actually normal to sit down and watch a chess competition against grandmasters? They're not called chess masters. I'll call myself a chess master because that's not a real thing, and I'll go with that because master's still into it, and it makes me feel like I've done something. But is it normal to like even now to watch a tournament and be like they're just sitting there for 20 minutes and then they make a move and then the other dude sits there for 20 minutes? Or does this clock, I hope, cuz what they were saying was that they were always running out of time on their like 40th move. They need to get to the 40th move to get another hour. So like I'm not too sure what the whole thing was, but he was like they were making some bad moves. They were doing some repeat moves just to try to get to turn 40 to get another hour. But I remember him saying that he was also like 6 hours into a game, and I'm like, what? You were staring at a board for over 6 hours? That's too much. They think like the whole game's worth of moves in advance. Still, 6 hours looking at a board and the people watching you watching your people watching the game watching you stare at a board for 6 hours. I'm almost thinking, I don't know because I have no experience, it's almost as exciting as watching grass grow, and I'm pretty sure there's a TV channel on that somewheres. Because there's no way it'll be exciting after they move because it'll come up with a brilliant plan. I would hope. But because the grass won't be able to make a brilliant move after 6 hours, unless somebody intervenes and then does something to that world of grass. But either way, like I don't know about this.
In chess tournaments, chess clocks are always used. The most common time controls are gradual, with each player required to make 40 moves within the first 2 hours,
Okay,
then 30 moves within the next 30 minutes, and 15 moves within the next 15
so you're
minutes.
being rushed at the end.
Failure to make the required number of moves within the specified time frame will lose you the game.
So why is it like that? Why is it you got loads of time to make 40 moves, but in 30 moves you have 1 minute for a move, and you only have a half an hour to get 30 moves in, and then the next 15 minutes you gotta move 15 times. At this point in the game, you're gonna want to start thinking, unless this is fine, unless after the 40th move you're in game and you've already calculated it. Hooray! For me to step into a thing like that, I would be doomed at the 30 and 15-minute mark if I have been playing for over 2 hours, which I would hope not. Oh, scary.
There's a special form of timed chess called blitz or speed chess.
I've seen that.
In speed chess, Each player must make all of their moves within 15 minutes. If checkmate is not achieved, the first player to run out of time loses.
Wow. So that's what. Okay, I've seen a speed chess thingy. I've seen two grandmasters pretending. Well, no, they weren't pretending. They didn't know that the other one was a grandmaster. They were pretending to be new chess players, and they were just moving pieces. But they were slapping a clock. Every time they moved, they slapped the clock. And I was like, okay, why are they always slapping this clock thing? And then after a while, they started like noticing that something's off because this person just made like a brilliant move. And then they started firing pieces and slapping the clock even quicker. And it was, I had no idea what was going on, but it was entertaining enough for me to watch. But the dude on the left won, I think, and it was just like, hooray, cool. That was interesting. But I had no idea like what they were doing because the pieces were there. You didn't have an eye on the board. You saw nothing, just them moving. And then they eventually figured it out. Lol Boo Earns? What are you talking about, Malice? What is Boo Earns? Thanks. I don't know. Okay, good, because I have no idea what you're talking about. Beginning strategy by Yasser. Okay, please tell me you're going to help me. Planning concepts. Opening principles.
The most difficult yet basic problem that confronts all chess players is coming up with the right plan for a given position. At the beginner level, the concept of a plan simply doesn't exist.
Yeah. Simpsons joke, even though I don't watch Simpsons. Oh, well, me neither. So that totally went over my head too. Thanks. It was a Simpsons reference. Gotcha.
The beginner casts his eye about the chessboard, looking lovingly at his well-manicured knights, his pointed bishop,
polished,
and all-powerful queen.
Oh, superpower. My knight's hoofs are polished to a shiny sheen, and my bishop's is dressed in the best duds they could wear. What are you talking about? We're playing a chess game.
With a sudden gleam, he thrusts a pawn forward.
What?
He tries another. That one was legal.
That was good. What? That was he thrust his pawn forward. I would love to play chess like that. Are you kidding me? That's my style. Now you're talking chess if you're gonna play it like this. Why haven't I started off with this? That was legal, was it? Anyway, that was a bad move, by the way. You never move an end pawn like that. Oh, that was good. Some comedy, some life into this chess game. Brilliant.
When it's his turn to move again, he proudly moves his rook.
Oh, yeah.
Such daring, such wit.
Such daring, such wit. Such dead rook via bishop.
His opponent deftly captures a piece of the beginner's army.
Don't feel too bad about that. Yeah, it happens to you from time to time. You may lose a piece here and there in chess.
This denuding goes on until the beginner is mercilessly savaged, at which point the players set up the pieces,
checkmate,
and the whole process is repeated.
It's over. It's checkmate. You've just been checkmated. Don't worry. If you can just keep firing your pawns off on angles like that, your opponent will have no idea what's going on. So just keep firing at that, and then you'll know. Well, this is what happens to everybody else who showed up in my channel. They're like, I learned how to play chess against somebody, and then they utterly annihilated me for the next bunch of games. And it was basically like that. And I didn't have to experience that because I was playing against AI, and if you win or lose, you don't feel so bad about it. And of course, I won against the AI. I'm 1-0, so that's what matters. But yeah, I wasn't like savagely destroyed and then thrown off from playing chess again. But all right, next.
If the above sounds like you,
no,
don't grieve.
Don't grieve.
This tutorial was made for you.
Oh, well, thank you. I feel so invited into this game now.
The first way you can improve your game is by learning to look at the whole board.
The whole board.
Now look at the starting position.
Oh, right down there.
Imagine yourself on an ancient battlefield with equally matched armies ready to fight.
Futuristic.
With differently skilled weaponry, it is important to see the whole battle as it takes place. With common foot soldiers, cannon, cavalry, and archers, each movement has to be coordinated.
Where's my queen? If archers are bishops, And castles are cannons. What is my queen? Is my queen like an archer cannon flying thing? A dragon? Basically? I hope so. Again, it's ancient, so dragons were real back in ancient times. If it was futuristic, they'd all have just laser and plasma guns and I just win.
A supply line may become vulnerable, and a would-be hero is vanquished. Trading an archer for a few foot soldiers may seem sensible, but what if the opposing army's archer picks off a number of your foot soldiers from a distance without loss? Perhaps the decision wasn't as good as you thought.
That sounds like me.
From the starting position, it is clear that battles can begin at once all over the board. Just as our ancient battle analogy suggests, it is very useful to know the terrain of the battle, all the dips and curves of the land.
All the dips and curves on a flat board? I think he means the complexities of the chess battle. But anyway.
Drawing an imaginary line between the 4th and 5th ranks neatly divides the chessboard in half, with 32 squares for each side. These 32 squares each belong to the white and black army. White has his space, black has his space.
And if you've been trained by Josh Waitskin, you undermine that line all the time.
When one player controls or attacks one of his opponent's squares, this is called gaining space. It stands to reason that as we control more and more squares of the board, our opponent will have less room to move and become more restricted. The effort to control space is a time-honored strategy.
Control space, time continuums.
The central files are most often controlled by the rooks. After the opening is over, we are all sagely advised to control the center with our rooks.
That's just generally speaking.
The 4 central squares in the middle of the board, E4, E5, D4, D5, are the key central squares. A great amount of the action takes place around them.
But
they make marvelous outposts, particularly for the knights. The player who effectively controls these squares is usually in charge of the game. Besides ranks, files, flanks, and center squares, another way to look at the board is along its diagonals. The long diagonals, A1, H8, and A8, H1, run right through the center of the board.
Paying attention.
Bishops love to control these diagonals while being deployed to the king's side or queen's side.
I guess, yeah, that makes sense.
Move the white bishop to the long diagonal.
Move the white bishop to the long diagonal. What are you talking about?
Play the move that controls the greatest number of central squares for move the white bishop to the long diagonal. I was like,
what are you talking about? He meant like this line here, that this diagonal. I can't even this diagonal. I can't do it. Oh, okay. Well, that was insane.
Play the move that controls the greatest number of central squares for white. That's right.
Why are you doing this to me?
Select the 4 center squares.
No, thank you.
White to move. Move the rook to its optimum square.
Optimus Prime.
That's right.
This is kind of silly.
Select all of the squares. On which types of lines do bishops do best? Ranks, files, or diagonals?
Files, because it's like a filing cabinet. Somebody said once in this game. Oh, bishops. I thought you said rooks. Whoops! I thought you said rooks. I was trying to remember what ranks and files were first of all, so my brain was paying attention to that. You said bishops. Oh, my bad. It's like rooks because I'm like, cool. I know what a file is now, and a rank is the other thing. Funny.
Select all of the squares in black's territory. Move the black bishop to the long diagonal.
This is silly. This is absolute silliness.
That's right.
Hooray!
Play the
No.
move that
No.
black. Select
No.
all of
No.
the
Moving on. That is just absolute silliness. Opening principles. Are you gonna teach me how to play?
The first and foremost thing that the aspiring chess player must understand is that chess is a game of coordination, a team game. Your pieces and your pawns are your team. In fact, they are your army. You are their leader.
That's not good, but here goes.
Once this association is clearly understood, you will realize the need for coordinated actions. If your army is not working as a team, having an overall plan of action, you will lose. Further, you will not even have a clue as to why you are losing. You will continue to be savaged by better skilled army captains. The principles have been proven.
Listen, if I had my own army, I'd have airstrikes and espionage and intelligence countermeasures, and I'd be able to do things. I don't have those powers. I would like to be able to play another chess game, and like you have like a few special abilities, like an airstrike. You can destroy any piece on a certain square tile. It's kind of random because your airstriking thing is just all over the place. Where you just flip a coin and you can just choose a couple of squares, and then if you get it, then great. But like, no, it doesn't work that way. So we'll just wait. You can just simplify it even more than that.
Chess is well over 1400 years old. It has been said that there are more books on chess than on
I
any other
was
sport.
right.
While this may be hard to prove, the point is well taken. There has been a huge amount of written wisdom on chess.
We can't prove this. How come we can't prove how many books there are by just quickly going to all the libraries and asking what they have, and then just going, cool, yeah, there's more chess books than any other one for any sport. Done. It's pretty easy. I guess the digital age kind of made that harder too, with all the digital books out there now. Either way, still over 1,400 years old. It's almost as old as me.
A lot of this wisdom can be boiled down to a few well-honed principles of play. Principles that you should know and take to heart. The most important principles of play are those for the opening. Let's face it, if you don't know how to open the game, you're liable to be crushed. The following principles don't guarantee safety, but will act as a guide. They are: 1. Open the game with a center pawn.
That sounds a general rule of thumb, yes.
2. Develop your knights before your bishops.
That's a good rule.
3. Don't move your queen too soon in the opening. 4. Castle early in order to protect your king. 5. Develop your rooks to central or open files.
Cheat? Not really. I just had Batismo for a while.
6. Look to develop an attack after you have fully mobilized your pieces.
And you weren't around when I had Batismo, I think, because I had Batismo for a while, and then you joined. Then you leveled up. Makia was really fast, but Batismo does it right.
7. Capture towards the center.
Capture towards the center.
8. If you violate the above, your opponent will swiftly deal with you.
Is that the nicest way they can tell you that? Swiftly deal with your foolish decisions.
These opening principles, taken as a whole, all talk about planning and coordination. You aim to control the center, mobilize, and then, with coordinated motion, you go for the thrust and win.
This sounds like a racing flying game, but anyway.
By using and understanding these opening principles, you will stop being a beginner. You may even win a few games.
I've already won a few games. Listen, you said this was all for me. I've won games.
Which pawn should black move first?
You can move any pawn you want, so I'm gonna go E. You're not even gonna give me a choice.
Correct.
Thank you. I wasn't having any choices. I had 3.
To which square should white move
Oh,
his
he's
rook?
trying to teach me that everything that he said is absolute the law, and there's no other. If you don't do it, you lose. Oh, okay. Which square should white move his rook? Okay. Oh boy. This one's way safer.
That's right.
Okay. I was like, why is there only 3 choices? And that one was the only correct answer. But he just said, like, move the centerpieces, knights before bishops, don't bring out your queen too early, capture towards the center. You know what I mean? Oh, castle early, then capture towards the center. But yeah, like that. That's what he's trying to make me remember.
In this setup, should white move his knight or his bishop?
Knight, please.
That's
You need
correct.
level system where hosts can't level. No, that's what I despised about Mikia, was that I could never level up. So I love that I can finally level up now, because that's way cooler. That's way more better than Mikia.
In this setup, should black move his pawn or his queen?
Of course the queen, I'm joking.
You got it right. Should white castle or take black's bishop?
Castle, please.
Correct.
Oh, thank you. Just,
Which pawn should black's
I was
knight
looking at the
capture?
board going, if I did take, then there's not really, I'm going to lose my piece, but he's not going to be there moving my queen out of the way and stuff. Anyway, which pawn should black's knight capture? Well, clearly the e4.
That's
You
right.
always want me to go towards the center. Even though... No, that really doesn't work, doesn't it? Yeah, nothing really works out. It's fine. I was gonna say, even though I could have probably moved for a check or something, there isn't.
Which piece should black move next? You got it
Listen,
right.
this is so silly. I'm glad it's over, because that's a silly. Pawn structure, rook development, bishop development, knight development, queen development. Strong pawn structures. I am done with this. I don't need drills. We're moving on to intermediate. Opening moves. Tactics and positions. The basics. King and pawns. Queens and... Okay, this might be... Maybe I might need to do intermediate, because then maybe now I'll start learning some things. White's move first. Black's move first? Oh, this may throw me off. What?
Which is a better opening move for white? 1 g4 or... Correct. This is one of the best ways to begin a chess game.
One of...
The king pawn occupies a center square, e4, and attacks another, d5. By moving the e pawn, white also clears the lines to develop 2 pieces, the queen and the king bishop at f1. If you start the game this way, you're playing a king-pawn game.
Good.
Which is a better first move for white? 1 d4 or 1 a4?
Do you mean or 2 d4? But anyway, it's d.
Correct. White's d-pawn occupies a central square, d4, and lays claim to another,
This is
e5.
not intermediate.
The move d2, d4 also enables the queen bishop at c1 to come into the game, while providing some breathing room for the queen on the d-file. If you begin this way, you're playing a queen-pawn game.
What do you mean by king pawn and queen pawn? Just because of the pawn that I move first?
Which is a better first move for white? 1 c3 or 1 c4?
c4 so the knight can still get out.
Correct. Although this move doesn't promote the development of white's bishops or knights, it does begin the assault on a key central base, d5, while not reducing white's options by blocking the queen-knight's most effective developing square, c3. Beginning this way has a name. It's called the English opening. It's important to realize, however, that just because the game begins in a particular opening with its own name doesn't mean that it couldn't be changed as play proceeds into a completely different opening with a
How do you
different name.
continue the English opening then?
This is chess, and that's names.
This is chess and that is names, everybody. You should not be ahead of your viewers. Yes, I should be. I am so glad to be #1 for the first time in 4 years. I feel like I should be ahead of my viewers. It makes me absolutely happy for once. I love RPGs.
Which is a better first move for white? 1. Knight f3 or 1. Knight c3?
Either is fine.
Correct. This move assails a critical central square, e5, while getting the king-knight to its optimal opening perch, f3. It also clears one of the squares, g1, between the king and the king-rook at h1, so that white can castle kingside sooner.
And moving the other knight doesn't attack the e4 one, which is also a central thing, and protects my pawn when it goes up? Weird.
Which is a better first move for white? 1. Knight c3 or 1? Correct. Which is a better opening move for white? 1 b3 or 1 h4? Correct. Which is a
This
better
is silly.
opening move for...
This is absolutely silly. That is not helping me. None of this is helping me. Moving on. Basic themes. The 5 basic themes. Better. And the end game. Sounds great.
How should white unpin the bishop? 1. King g1 f1 or 1 with a rook move? Incorrect. Moving away, 1. King g1 f1 gets the white king off the g-file, ending the pin of the g8 rook on the bishop. With the bishop no longer pinned, it can shift into gear and take black's rook at c6. But black has a free move. He can extricate the rook quite easily, and so white isn't able to win anything. Breaking the pin in this way, by taking the time to move the king, is simply too slow to succeed.
Too slow to succeed.
Correct. It's a rook move that does the trick, and an absurd-looking one at that. 1. Rook h7, h8. White puts an end to the g-file pin by diverting black's rook off the g-file, sacrificing his own rook in the corner. Note that a pinned piece can't move for actual or practical reasons, in that it shields another piece or important square behind it along the line of attack. After white's rook moves to h8, black essentially has 2 choices, both of which fail. He can take white's rook, or he can protect his rook at g8. If he takes white's rook,
we don't need to go through
which
this.
rook should white take? The rook at g6 or the rook at g8?
The rook at g6 because it still can't attack.
Correct. Taking the rook at g6, 1 f5 takes g6, is the winning capture. There's a roadblock, however, for black initially keeps the game even by taking white's rook, 1 rook g8 takes h8. But with 1 pin over and done with, black's original pin on the g-file, white can create a pin of his own. He can move the bishop to c6, 2 bishop g2 c6, and black's d7 knight is indefensible. White thereby gains a piece.
So Dragon Quest Builders has a story? When I played the demo, all I remember was being in some kind of ruin, and then getting out and then building things. I don't really remember much else on Dragon Quest Builders for the demo. Other than I'm like, cool, this is like Minecraft, which is not my thing, but with Dragon Quest, which I haven't played a single Dragon Quest game, so it kind of makes no sense on my channel. But eventually, I was hoping to get around to playing some Dragon Quest games, like Dragon Quest 7 and 8 would be the very first ones. That seems to be like the popular ones, but I wouldn't mind playing all of them as well. But there's a story to that, is there? And then now when you beat the story, can you just do whatever you want and then it becomes kind of more Minecrafty, or is the game done? I'm curious about this now, Melis.
Which knight should black move? The one on g4 or the one on b4?
Check. Queen takes it. The one on g4.
Incorrect. Black, as an illustration, can save his g4 knight by moving it to e5, 1 knight
Right.
g4
That
e5,
saves it from being attacked.
though the pin on the h3 pawn, black's h8 rook to white's h1 rook, dissuades white from taking the knight anyway. If 2 h3 takes g4, then 2 rook h8 takes h1 check. After the repositioning, 1 knight g4 e5, black has a fine game, but the material is even. And since from the original position he has a way to gain, this can't be the right way to go.
You have a chance to gain, so you don't move your piece and then start building up somewhere else so you could gain later? So you want to move my knight to b4, but where are you moving my knight then? You're not moving my knight to c2, are you? Because it's going to lose.
Correct. It's black's queen knight that can do the damage, by brashly capturing on c2 with check. 1 knight b4 takes c2 check.
Queen comes over.
This also forks the rook at a1. So white has nothing better than taking the knight with his queen.
Right, I saw that.
2 queen e2
which is a loss.
takes c2. But recapturing on c2 reduces the number of defenders on b5 by 1, and it also puts the c3
B5.
knight in a pin. The knight can't move productively because it's shielding white's queen from capture by the c8 rook. So black takes the b5 bishop, 2 bishop d7 takes b5, and white's c3 knight can't safely take back. Note that in the end, black's g4 knight still can't be taken because the h3 pawn remains pinned. Black has won a pawn.
What? All of that just to go up a pawn? No, thank you. I do not want to think like that. Once you finish the story, you go to a special area, kind of an open world where you can build your own place. And now I'm even more curious now, Malice. My bad for taking so long to reply, since this game talks forever. More than me, surprisingly. When you're going through Dragon Quest Builders, you said you finished the main story, but are you going to continue to keep playing the game in the special world? Or now that the story's done, there's nothing to talk about? I'm just curious, because I would love to play Dragon Quest Builders. Do I still have the demo, or do I have the game? I feel like I own a Dragon Quest game, but it's not Dragon Quest. It's that open world fighting game. Dragon Quest and the World Tree of Light Under the Sky, or whatever. It's a really long title. And I feel like I own that game and not Dragon Quest Builders. I only played the demo of Dragon Quest Builders, and I think that's what's really happening. But if I own Dragon Quest Builders, you would have thought I would have played that by now instead of Minecraft. So that clearly must be what's going on, because I can't give myself any other answer.
How should black save his queen? A bishop pin or a rook pin?
So, okay, you can redo all the chapters and get the accomplishments, but I'm personally done myself with just the story. Okay, see, I would probably be as well personally done with the story as well, because that's kind of how I am. I would rather rook pin because I won't lose my piece right away. I'm the moment I move my piece up, the bishop will just take it. So boss fights are fun. See, that sounds like fun. Rook pin.
Correct. The pin 1 rook a8 d8 gets ready to answer the capture of black's queen. 2 bishop d4 takes a1. With the counter capture of white's, 2 rook d8 takes d1 check. After this proposed trade of queens, black is cleaning up. So white has to try to close the d-file with 2 bishop c4 d5, and this obstruction renews the threat to black's queen. But black clears the air with the annihilating 2 rook d8 takes d5,
annihilating,
giving up the exchange, a rook for a minor piece, to get control of the position. White can take back 3 e4 takes d5, but now with a2 no longer protected by the non-existent light square bishop, black's queen can escape at a2. 3 queen a1 takes a2. The resulting position has black ahead by the exchange and 3 pawns, which is usually a winning advantage wherever chess is played.
I again no. So Malice, I probably, if I were to play the game, I would hope, because I used to only focus on story before when I early live streamed, but recently I've been trying to do all of the side quests if they're entertaining. I never could do them on a Final Fantasy because Final Fantasy VII side quest to fight a mega weapon will leave me grinding for 60 hours to try to level up and be able to beat them. So I kind of skipped those things, but there's a lot of them. There's no leveling. Oh, I know. But the cleaning up of side quests. I would hope at my point where I'm at now is that I would just do them while I'm in there, unless it's just like go chop 100 trees, and then the next one is go mine 100 rocks, and then I go and do them. I'm like, great, now this is all done. I move on to the next one, and it's like now mine 200 rocks and chop 200 trees, and then I'm gonna be like, oh okay, I'm done with those because I've already did that. Because if it's like that, then I don't want to do it.
Should black chase the b5 knight
Hidden
or
chests?
threaten mate?
Ooh.
1 a7 a6 or 1 queen d8 b6?
What are you talking about? Chase the b5 knight to threaten a mate. I would rather move my queen because my queen. What do you mean threatening a mate? How is he threatening a mate on me? I don't get it. The bishop is attacking my pawn. Whoop-de-doo. And if the knight comes down and checks my king, I'll just run it over with my queen. And then when the bishop comes down, I'll just run it over with my bishop. So I'll just use my queen.
Correct. Black is advised to unpin his e7 pawn by moving his queen off the d8 h4 diagonal. This he can do with a gain of time by going to knight 3, 1 queen d8 b6, which threatens a queen mate at f2, supported by the g4
I didn't see
knight.
that. I just got my defense.
It also clears d8 for black's king, if it should need a flight square. It won't, however, not after moving the queen to b6.
So what's wrong with this?
Incorrect. Trying to drive the knight back by using the a pawn is a blunder.
Okay, why?
After 1 a7 a6, white doesn't have to withdraw the knight.
So he comes down.
Instead, he can invoke the crushing rejoinder 2 knight b5 takes d6 check, exploiting the g5 bishop's pin on the e7 pawn. If the e-pawn moves, it exposes the black queen to capture from g5, but black doesn't have a choice. He has to take the knight to save his king. So there follows
Oh.
2 e7 takes d6, enabling white to take black's queen. 3 bishop g5 takes
Now I gotta
d8.
move my king.
White laughs all the way to the chess bank.
Does he really? Then my knight takes the bishop, and then I move my knight to after wherever he moves, and I move my knight to e6. Then I castle. I gotta move my bishop because I'm gonna be castling king's side to get my king underneath those. I don't. I'm down at queen, but it's okay. It's okay. I've done the exact same moves before and still won with down a queen. No problem. Sure, I played against easy AI though when I practiced. But yeah, against a grandmaster, sure. Against what I'm going to be playing, no worries, like whatsoever. I want to find hidden treasure chests and stuff. I don't think. Wait, no. Dark Souls does have kind of that. You just fire a firebomb at a barrel on a wall, and usually it opens up a secret wall. There actually might be some stuff soon. I'm looking forward to whatever it is that's going to happen very soon. Because it's Dark Souls, hopefully a new game, and then like a nice little Christmassy game. Like, I'm looking forward to the next couple of days now. Like, really, really. I had plans for some games that I've never played before, and I know I'm going to like them. But I just had no idea what I was going to do. But now I know what I'm going to do, and now I'm really looking forward to it. So yeah, cool.
Should black move the knight or the rook?
Where am I moving the said knight? I'm happy you like it. Well, you just changed my plans around, and now I'm hoping the only way this is gonna not be so happy for me is when I play it. You're not gonna be around to enjoy it too. Then it'll just take away all the fun from it. Uh, but but yeah, like what I'm thinking is like everything's was fine to where it was. I had so many more games to play, but I just didn't know how in what order. You just gave me order, and you gave me an awesome game to play with too. I'm not going to undermine that. But you also gave me a chance to, if you're going to be around, you're going to be enjoying it and laughing when I fall down a silly, stupid spot or something terrible, which is going to happen on that game. But yeah, you just got me something to look forward to too, because then somebody's around that's enjoying my content. That's more or less what I want out of every game that I play, is somebody around to react to the stuff that I've done, because there was just so much going on. There's so much going on in this chess game that I'm assuming a whole bunch of people missed. I got like a new logo and everything going on, a new slogan that I say all the time now from this game, thanks to this game, and just all the other games in between. It just so much good stuff and so much moments happened in my channel, but nobody was around to watch it and know those moments. So it kind of just, the games were amazing and I had fun, but I just didn't have that other extra element of people around to also enjoy it with me. So that's all I'm missing, is that, to which you gave me. You're going to be around. I know I'll watch what I can, and I'll probably catch up what I miss on YouTube. That's 4 hours a night, dude. That's some hard commitment there. Oh, you could put me on times two speed, I guess. Then it's only a 2 hour episode. So that won't be too bad. Either way, or maybe I should do all my videos in like like half the speed, giving me 8 hours of content, and you all have to watch it on four, and I'll still get 8 hours worth. That might work. I think Dark Souls will get you a few views as well. Like this game. Oh, tonight seems to be actually rather slow for some reason, but this game gave me crazy amounts of views and follows, and I was actually shocked by that. Uh, is what from what I was told on some site that chess is pretty popular, so it seems. Now, again, I'm not playing chess, so I probably haven't gotten as many as I can. but it still got a lot more than I was expecting. So yeah, cool. I'm moving my knight or my rook. I don't know where I'm moving my pieces. Where am I moving my knight to? Where am I moving my rook to? Move my knight. No, move my rook.
Correct. Black has several rook moves that are worthy of note. For one, he could disengage the rook from attack by withdrawing it to h5. Then, if white takes black's knight, 2f3 takes g4, black's rook takes the white knight, 2 rook h5 takes
down
g5,
a thing.
and it's all even. But why play an okay move when you have much better? Black can punish white's carelessness by 1 rook h2 h1 check. To this there is only one response. To take the rook, 2 king g1 takes h1, whereupon
knight.
black's knight enters at f2, 2 knight g4 f2 check, forking white's king and queen. After the king moves to safety, say 3 king h1
Was I supposed to see
h2,
that?
the knight takes the queen. 3 knight f2 takes
Now
d3,
you're up material.
and black has gained a queen for a rook.
I don't see these things because it's not my game. I am totally checked out of these games. I'm just trying to find what the thing is best, and it seemed like moving my rook was the best move, but I just didn't know why. And if this game is really wanting me to stop and look, I probably can't and won't do that.
Which piece should white take, the bishop or the queen?
Queen for queen. Take the queen because the thing is pinned. It can't do anything. It has to still stay there.
Incorrect. Taking the queen, 1 queen d1 takes d8, merely leads to a trade.
Yeah.
1 rook f8 takes
But now
d8.
I can move my knight.
Whether white then trades bishops or not, 2 bishop b3 takes f7 check,
Not.
king g8 takes f7.
Then check.
He will certainly have to make provisions for his attacked rook, spending a tempo to get it to safety. Black is holding his own.
But then I could check and then move my piece and then check again and then keep taking. So bishop is right. Why?
Correct. White wins a piece by taking the bishop with check.
I'm winning a piece.
1 bishop b3
piece.
takes f7 check. Black can't retake with his rook. 1 rook f8 takes f7, for that hangs the queen. 2 queen d1 takes d8 check. So black's king must do its own dirty work. 1 king g8 takes f7, which meets up with the checking fork. 2 queen d1 b3 check. Wherever black moves his king, he loses at least his bishop to white's queen. 3 queen b3 takes b4. I say at least because he could make the mistake of moving the king to f6. 2 king f7 f6, allowing mate. 3 queen b3 e6 checkmate.
Because of the knight. Okay, either way. Either way, I guess, like, I am never going to probably pick and find the best case scenario, and my games are going to go on a little longer than they need to, because I'm not a grandmaster. So, I'm okay with that. And I was okay with my first choice, with trading off a queen, moving the rook away from the thingy, and now I got that piece is still pinned. The bishop is still pinned unless it wants to take it. Then go for it. And then I could just start moving my knight and checking things, and I still got a rook to check things too. So I'm still okay. In my opinion.
Which is the better piece for white to take, the rook or the bishop?
The rook.
Incorrect. Taking
Why?
the rook, 1 rook a1 takes a8, may seem to win a piece.
No.
For after black takes back, 1
I
bishop
didn't even see
c6
that.
takes a8. White trades bishops on g7. 2 bishop b2 takes g7.
I actually didn't see that bishop.
Correct.
I
The
did
winning
not see
move
that
is
bishop.
to take black's g7 bishop, 1.
I
Bishop
moved too
b2
fast.
takes g7 first. If black's king takes back, 1. King h7 takes g7, then white trades rooks. 2. Rook a1 takes a8, bishop c6 takes a8, and follows with a forking queen check. 3. Queen c1, a1,
You gotta
check.
plan that, though.
After black ends the check, 3. King g7, h7, white takes the queen bishop for nothing. 4. Queen a1 takes
I would have
a8.
never seen that and done that.
And if black tries to save himself by answering 1. Bishop b2 takes g7 with the interposition 1. Rook a8 takes a1, white has two ways to emerge a piece ahead. He can take back with his queen. 2. Queen c1 takes a1, which winds up protecting the bishop at g7, preventing black's king from taking it. Or he could just come backward, taking the rook with the g7 bishop. 2. Bishop g7 takes a1, getting it out of danger before black's king can take it.
That was just too many moves in advance. I just saw the move and went take the rook. I missed the bishop, though. If I would have possibly saw the bishop, I would have probably changed my answer. But I wouldn't have calculated all of this out. If this is what intermediate means, to calculate all of that, then I'm already in trouble for the advanced.
Should black develop the king knight or the queen knight? 1. Knight g8 h6, or 1. Knight b8 c6. Correct. Activating the queen knight, 1. Knight b8
Hooray.
c6, is a fine idea, and it doesn't entail any new problems. It also closes the c-file against white's major pieces, and it enables the a8 rook to protect the c8 bishop. Black still must solve his kingside development, but at least he builds the queenside part of his game without losing anything, and there's a lot to be said for this.
Okay.
Should black take the knight or move his rook? 1. Bishop e5 takes d4, or move his rook.
Where am I moving my rook to? If I do that, I'm going to take the knight, because the moment I do that, it's a check. The rook has to come down. Then I take the bishop, and then it's another check. So I'm going to totally take this.
Incorrect. Taking the knight, 1. Bishop e5 takes d4, is only a trade.
Oh, the bishop's
for white
going
takes
to move.
back with the bishop. 2. Bishop
My
b2
brain
takes
said
d4.
that the rook was going to take it.
White's game is quite correct.
My brain said the
Which
rook
way
was going to
should white
take.
castle? Kingside or queenside?
Kingside.
Correct. Castling kingside, 1 castle kingside, is quite reasonable, and it's safe. Black can then develop the queen bishop, attacking white's queen by 1 bishop c8 g4. But this can be answered adequately by
This is a lot of this. Can I just skip all of this too? There's a whole... All of this is all of that? It's the exact same thing? I'm not quite learning what I was hoping to learn. This is great that they're showing me these things and then giving me an option, and I try to pick what I thought was the best by thinking of only one move, not 2 moves or more in advance. Just my one move. And it's always wrong, clearly. But yeah, no, I don't want to learn that. I want to learn, like, what am I supposed to do after I open up my 3 or 4 moves? What do I do mid-game? And what do I do endgame? And I kind of got endgame kind of figured out a little bit. Now it's the mid-game I'm having a problem with. And if opening is moving my 2 pawns, a knight and a bishop, and that's opening, great. If opening is a little bit more than that, then I still don't know what to do. And I don't know if I keep developing or if I start attacking at that point. I have no idea at that point. Endgame, teach me.
In this position, does black want to go first or second? 1 e3 e2 check, or 1 king d1 e1?
Oh great, now I gotta do calculations again. If I go first, it's check. He goes in behind the piece. I want white to go first.
Correct. If black goes second, white will have to step to the side, 1 king d1 e1, and the black pawn can advance to the 7th rank without giving check, 1 e3 e2. This will squeeze white's king off the home rank, 2 king e1
Maybe king
f2.
down next.
Black will counter by moving his king ahead, 2 king d3 d2, which takes control of the promotion square and ensures the making of a new queen on the next turn. It turns out that neither player wants to move in the given position. If black goes first, he draws, and black doesn't want to draw because he has the pawn. And if white goes first, he loses, and nobody wants to lose. A situation where neither player wants to move is called a mutual zugzwang.
Zugzwang.
Here it comes down to the opposition. The opposition is a term referring to the relationship between the two kings. If you have the
He said it way
opposition,
differently.
it essentially means that you have the advantage, and that your king is in a position to exploit what the other king does. Why? Because you move second. Therefore, you can wait and see what's best based on what the other side has done.
I heard Zugzwang first. Zugzwang is what I've heard. And now that you said Zugzwang, that really sounds wrong to me. I know it's spelt that way, but what is the right enunciation, since it sounds German to me? King me. If this was checkers? That sounds like a checkers move. I think I played checkers once in my life and lost and went, cool, never play that board game again. Board games are stupid. Give me a video game. That's probably my reaction to a kid. When I was a kid. Not to a kid. To me, being a kid. I played my dad with checkers, if you want to know. And he destroyed me because I'm like, what? Why? So yeah, I was a child that went, yeah, video games, please. Let's no longer play board games. And maybe that's why he doesn't like video games, because I don't like board games. My dad can play them goodly. I'll go with goodly. And I'm just like, yeah, you want to try me on a video game, Dad? I'll show you what you've done to me on checkers. I'll do to you what you did to me on checkers. So yeah, that's I'm in my element and he's in his element. I'll call it that. You love board games? You are a dad though, so I guess dads like board games. That's my conclusion to all dads now, until another cooler dad shows up. And then when I ask him, he says he doesn't like board games, then he's probably going to be a cooler dad than you. I'm sorry, but this is just my personal opinion on you. My personal experience on board games. Video game board games are okay, though.
Where should white move his king? 1 king g5 f6 or 1 king g5 g6?
I don't want to do all these calculations. You got your kid into board games and video games. Well, yeah, see, you're cool. My dad had absolutely... My dad said no to video games. My parents said no. I just can't blame my dad on that one. My parents are not into it. My parents are like, work, and do things that is not wasting time in life. And I'm just like, I just like these though. So yeah, anyway, we're at a mutual misunderstanding. Uh, if I move there, then he can move over. Then I move over. Why don't I just move to f6?
Incorrect. Moving in this way, 1 king g5 f6 is quite natural, wanting to head toward the promotion square as soon as possible.
I wasn't.
But
I'm
here,
not doing calculations. Can I please just? I want to learn how to play, not sit there and think for hours upon what move I'm gonna make, because I don't want to make that decision. Like, I don't want to think that right now. I will have more than a pawn and a king at the end of all my games. That's almost guaranteed. Almost guaranteed. Tactics and position. So none of this is gonna be what I'm looking for. I think I'm like almost done all of this, unless somebody said seriously go through them all. Cause match the masters. What do you mean match the masters? Alright, I'm curious. Let's click on one of these. You got my attention now. Introduction. He moved his pawn up there? Moved his knight back. B... B to B7. Where does it be? Bishop to B7? Queen to C6? Sure. Well, I mean, I didn't see anything attacking the knight, so I attacked it, but I don't know why. I just attacked the knight. That's just, it made sense to just attack. Okay. You want me to... No, thank you. I'm already done with this. It just wants me to keep figuring out what they're going to do. I'll pass. I don't want to know what masters are going to do. I just want to learn how to play my game. Drills and puzzles. Not quite what I was looking for. Okay, well, we're already here at this point. And we've already looked at Larry's games and him going against the machine and everything, and all of these attacking chess of him playing games and him talking, and it's alright. But at this point, we've already met Larry, and we've already met Josh in the video game. But what we haven't seen is this, and I found this right before the live stream as I was going through to be like, okay, what else can I possibly do tonight? I think it's Annoyed at Games. There you are. Josh versus Larry. Must-win situation. I am curious to see who wins, because we both saw them play. They are both grandmasters. I'm quite certain they both must be. So now I'm curious about them, because I haven't met Blatney or any of the other ones, so I'm curious to see who wins this game. And at least Josh is going to be talking, and I think I'm quite certain he is. And then we'll just see what goes on, because I just want to see who wins. And then now I can start playing some chess games. And now that I've got chess on my channel, like a Minecraft, if I ever feel like going back and playing like a filler episode, it could A, be Minecraft, or B, be chess. So now I got 2 games to be filler instead of just one, which I was hoping my Yu-Gi-Oh was going to be a filler. But like the game, once I finish the story, and it's just like, oh wow, there really is nothing to do other than do the same thing over and over again, and I don't want to do that. So again, I can keep getting cards and stuff, but it's by playing the same people we've already defeated, and it's just like trying to do roulettes, which is not 100% guarantee to anything, and it's also not 100% guarantee if the AI plays the right card. So it was just like a very low percent chance to get any progress. So I couldn't really play anymore unless I was asked to play another game somehow. But yeah, with chess, at least I can just pick it up and play a bunch of games, and I might not even have to play this game. I can also probably play online, and it's okay if I lose against people, but at least now I'll be able to play chess. That's what I was aiming for this whole time, and I'll have to play a few games here, and then say, I think I can play chess now.
This was the last round of a big open tournament in Chicago in May of 1998.
Chicago, 98.
My opponent, Larry Christensen, is one of America's most talented
Still wasn't born.
grandmasters. Actually, about 2 years before we played this game, Larry and I met up in Amsterdam and spent 4 or 5 days studying chess. I was traveling through Europe, sitting in the cafes, watching life, and writing about the beautiful women. Larry was fed up with America, I guess, and was living in Germany. It was an amazing experience, I tell you. We would spend 8 hours a day studying crazy chess positions in a little room at the Hotel Schmidt, a few blocks away from Irvis Square. Larry blew me away with his creativity and attacking spirit.
Yeah.
He's a powerful analyst. And we would take long walks and argue.
He's an
Larry
attacker.
would tell me about the conspiracies of the world, the emptiness of Siddhartha and Jack Kerouac, and how the liberals were destroying everything. I would lash back about great literature and Zen Buddhism while he rolled his eyes.
Zen Buddhism?
We clashed pretty intensely, but I learned a lot from Larry. Anyway, this game years later was for all the money. The winner would tie for first place, the loser would be depressed, and a draw would knock us both out of contention. I believe that the tournament setting in those days in Amsterdam had a large effect on what went down on the chessboard. I was white and played e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6,
Okay, perfect like
knight
defense.
c3, knight f6, g3.
G3, see?
You probably remember this opening from my game against Blatny.
Botany.
He played bishop c5, as did Blatny. Bishop g2, d6, d3.
What a
It's
lockdown.
interesting because I've won 3 big games with the white pieces in this game against very strong players in the last rounds of big tournaments for first place. The opening is psychologically quite difficult to play with black when black needs to win because it looks as if white isn't playing for anything, but in fact white is playing for a very small advantage. And this brings about a very important psychological reality in chess. How do you play in a game where you absolutely must win when drawing isn't an option? Many people's inclination is to play all out, aggressively, try to make things very complicated, try to go after the guy right away. But the problem is that when you're playing against a very strong player, you have to play the right moves, and you have to play within your style. Because if you play too aggressively, or you play moves that aren't necessarily the best way, then your position will simply get worse and you'll lose. So there are 2 different times. Sometimes both players need to win the game. And sometimes one guy needs to win, one guy is happy to play for the draw. And that's the most difficult. And in fact, I recently lost a big game when I needed to win and my opponent was content with a draw, and I had an even position with the black pieces. I was playing a strong international master, and I was rejecting equality when the position was even. I was playing to win, and I got myself into huge time pressure, spending all my time trying to figure out how to be active, while in fact the best thing to do is to simply play the best moves, let the position emerge slowly. In the Kasparov-Karpov match, I believe in 1983, the last game, game 24, Kasparov had to win the game to win the World Championship match. And it was a beautiful game in which he maintained the tension of the position on and on. And that's probably the best example of how to play when your opponent absolutely is playing for a draw and you must win. Just play a normal game and keep the tension in the position alive. So in this game, that's how I played. And my opponent, on the other hand, was trying from the beginning to mix things up. He was trying to be aggressive, to be unorthodox when it was unnecessary. And you'll see that in a few moves.
Interesting. So Larry was being unorthodox, trying to mix things up. I already feel like Larry's going to lose this. No favoritism, just based upon just the words that was just finally told to me using my calculations. But it's still anyone's game because I trust that Larry's attacking game is quite awesome. He was able to at least beat the Chessmaster 9000, so even one win is good enough for me to put him down, as he can definitely know how to play and calculate and attack. So yeah, I gotta use... Josh has gone back to old style Josh, we gotta use right and left now.
So now my opponent played a6, because you recall from my discussion of the Blatny game, my threat was knight a4 to win the 2 bishops. I castled. And he played h6, which stops bishop g5 later on and also stops knight g5 if he's to put a bishop on e6.
He stopped all of that.
You probably recall that back in this position, Blatny tried the strange idea of bishop g4, and after I played h3, he played bishop e6, with the idea of keeping queen d7. Later on, we'll be attacking the pawn. And here I played king h2, he played h6, and
This
I
is the
played bishop
Blatny
e3.
game that we didn't watch.
And then Blatny played bishop takes e3, f takes e3, d5, and that interesting game emerged from this position. So Christensen played it a little differently. He played h6, which is a useful move because it stops my bishop g5 later on, or maybe if he wants to put a bishop on e6, and I would play knight g5. Now, I know you've heard me say in my lessons that it's very important not to move pawns in the area where your king is going to be, because that weakens the king. It exposes a weakness. But h6, in fact, isn't a weakness, because if his king goes kingside, as it probably will if he castles, the h6 pawn is very useful here, because the g5 square is important for me, and it's not so weak. Now, if, on the other hand, he had a pawn on g6 and a pawn on
That's
h7,
weaker?
then his dark squares around the king would be very weak. So, to every rule, there's an exception, and it's very important to know. Moves like h6 around the king are only weakening if I have a pawn storm developing. For example, if I were to have my pawn on g4 and on h4 and I was about to play g5 and I had a rook on the g file, for example, something like this, then the h6 pawn would provide a weakness, and then after g5 he would be able to take and take, and the open h file I could use later maybe. h6 is only a weakness in terms of my attack if I have a pawn storm developing. Otherwise, against pieces, it's just simply a very useful move. I can't utilize the weakness. The only way to use, in fact, the weakness of h6 with my pieces is to have a knight on f5 and a queen on f3. And my point being that he can't play g6 to kick out the knight because then the h6 pawn will hang. And that's pretty much the only way with my pieces I can use this weakness in this pawn structure. So h6 is a good move to stop my ideas, and in fact it's not terribly weakening of his king side.
That was a long chat, wasn't it? Malice, my bad. I don't want to talk over him because I'm trying to see what's going on in this chess game, but try picturing these two busting in like Yu-Gi-Oh characters playing chess lol. I need to watch Yu-Gi-Oh so I can know what you mean by busting in like Yu-Gi-Oh, because I haven't watched a single Yu-Gi-Oh thing. If I did, I watched episode 1 of Yu-Gi-Oh Abridged. Eating barbecue peanuts from Costco, they're so good because they're not so salty. That's what you're doing. That's what you're doing, or is that what Yu-Gi-Oh characters does? First of all, I hope it was you and not Yu-Gi-Oh characters. Again, like I gotta watch. I can't watch Yu-Gi-Oh. That it was like hundreds of episodes. I can't watch those long ones. I'll never get around to those. That's what I'm doing. That's better. Because my brain was still on Yu-Gi-Oh when you wrote that down the next one, and that just really got me. But yeah, I need to. I don't know how I'm gonna pull it off. I'm trying to like live stream early tonight so I can get something done for chess tomorrow. But yeah, I'm already like looking at this, going, uh-oh, all ready for this episode. Either way, we'll see what's going on. Barbecue peanuts, huh? That sounds like an interesting idea. Be careful. There you go. That's all I can say for you because I have no idea what else to say to that. I don't like the show, but I get stuck watching because my little half bro. I see. I don't have anybody forcing me to watch anything. It's great. I could just play video games. I'm okay with that.
So after h6 I played bishop e3. He castled. And I played a move similar to my ideas in Blotny. I played h3. With the idea of slowly building up on the king side. White wants to eventually play a move like f4. So my idea is going to be to play king h2, knight h4, eventually play f4, and start the attack. It's very important for you to know that you might be thinking, wait a minute, White can play bishop takes c5, d takes c5, and mess up his pawn structure. In fact, this won't mess up his pawn structure, because although he does have double pawns, he has control of the d file, he has total control of the d4 square, and now he has all the central mobility. His pawn can come up c4 later on, undermine my center. So this would be a mistake for me to do this, to play with the structure. If I could have done this with a knight, for example, playing knight a4 takes c5, it would be different because then I would have two bishops. But in the position with bishop e3, I want him to take on e3, and he wants me to take on c5. Whoever maintains the tension most effectively will get the advantage.
So you just don't take because it's not right. Wow, okay. Good enough.
And here, I believe the psychology started to make itself felt. He played bishop d7, which is simply a strange move. It's not an orthodox move. The bishop, especially after the h6 move was played, belongs on e6 for many reasons. First of all, it's the most natural developmental move. It controls the d5 square, so later on he may want to play d6 to d5. It keeps the d7 square for his queen, queen d7. It keeps the square for the knight, knight d7. All these ideas are natural. Bishop e6 has no drawbacks, and it's the best square for the bishop. I think part of the reason that he played bishop d7 is because he knew he had to win this game, and he simply wanted to make things off balance. He wanted to make things strange, unorthodox. And this is typical when you must win. Sometimes people, if they have to win, they play moves that they wouldn't normally play. But the thing to understand is that a strong grandmaster would normally play certain moves because they're the best moves. If he doesn't make the moves that are natural to him, he's not playing up to his strength. And a lot of the time, if you'll be in a position where you have to win a certain game, and drawing is not an option. And what I recommend to you then, play the best move. Don't worry about the result. In chess almost always, or in any form of competition, when you start thinking about the result, it takes you out of the moment and you start making moves which aren't so strong. So I think bishop d7 was an example of Larry trying to play strange moves too early. He should have maintained the natural flow of the position. Of course, it is possible that he has a very profound idea that I simply don't understand and that didn't emerge in the game, but I don't think so. I just think bishop d7 is incorrect.
A profound move, huh? You don't think he's protecting his knight, going to move his queen down, and then start doing things that way. I mean, I guess who knows? And moving his queen to take on things would be interesting too, wouldn't it?
So here I continue with my natural plan of king h2, just eyeing the h3 square in this kind of position with a closed center, while he can take his time building. I want to slowly build up my position. I played king h2, and now he played bishop takes e3, which is what I wanted him to play. F takes e3, knight e7. Now, there's no question Larry Christensen is a very, very strong chess player. I have great
No
respect
doubt,
for him.
indeed.
And he's playing a little bit unnaturally. And I think a big part of it has to do with the fact that, yes, this is the last round, but he's played a lot of last rounds. I also think it has to do with the fact that, when we met in Amsterdam, when we did this big analysis together, he was a strong grandmaster, and I was a young international master. I was very honored to be able to work with him.
International.
I was learning a lot from him. He was kind of in the role of the teacher, the older, wiser chess player, and he definitely was that. In this game, I think he felt a little bit of a burden. He felt tremendous pressure to show his superiority over the board, and this was a dangerous thing for him to do, because he didn't play so naturally. The plan of knight e7 is of course, quite normal. You want to put the knight on e7 to guard the f5 square. It would be better with his bishop on e6 because he'd have more control over the d5 square, and also his queen could come out. So knight e7 is natural, but his play feels a little bit disjointed to me. For example, bishop takes e3 wasn't forced. There was no reason for him to do it right away, except for the fact that I'm sure Larry's thinking was he wants to play knight e7. And if he plays knight e7 now, I play bishop takes c5, dc5, knight takes e5. So if he's going to play with knight e7, he does have to play it right away. But my feeling is that Black's play isn't harmonious. He's not playing naturally, and I think the psychology of the
I
situation
wonder
had a
what
lot to
Larry
do with
would
that.
say here. I'm curious if Larry chimed in this and be like, you know what? I was really just trying to mix things up, and yeah, I wasn't making the right moves. Or B, I thought this was the right move because this is my plan. That'd be really cool to hear what Larry had to say.
And here I used a similar idea that I used in the Blotny game. I played knight h4, idea being knight f5. After knight h4, I have a lot of interesting ideas, one of which is to sacrifice
This
an exchange.
idea
I might play rook
is
takes
to play
f6.
this.
This idea is hanging in the air. And this was a theme that was prevalent through this game. Consistently, I developed threats that weren't necessarily immediately threats, but the fact that it was hanging in the air caused him to defend, and then I took advantage of the move he made to defend against my fake threat or my pseudo-threat. So here, rook takes f6 might have been an idea. For example, rook takes f6, g takes f6, queen h5. I forced a weakening. Next move, I play rook f1. Maybe this is an idea of mine, maybe not, unclear. But because it was in the air, he played knight h7, moved the knight away, which is a good flexible defensive move. And here I brought my knight into the game, knight f5, which is a very strong square for the knight. Now, as I mentioned before, he can't play moves like g6 to kick it out because the h6 pawn will hang. So the only way he can ever remove that piece is by taking it off with another piece. And my bishop on g2, which is blocked, will then become very strong. But in fact, he won't have much of a choice. If I play moves like queen g4, I'm going to get a building
Queen
attack.
G4.
But probably my next move will simply be rook f2, after which I'll move my queen. Rook will come to f1. The fact that my knight is on f5 will be very unpleasant for him, so he decided to get rid of it. Knight takes f5, e takes f5, and the bishop comes alive.
And are you going to drive your bishop all the ways up to take with that pawn right now? Because that would be interesting if you would do that right now.
So now we have a position which is not so different from the ideas of the Blotny game. My bishop has come alive with e takes f5. I want to slowly attack his king. Now, in the Blotny game, his king was in the middle of the board, and it wasn't clear which way it was going to go. Now his king is on the king side, I know that. So probably my plan will involve a slow build-up with like g4, something h4, g5. I'd like to do this whenever I can. It's not so easy. And as we know, the most natural thing to do when your opponent is attacking on one side of the board is to counterattack in the center. And Larry played that idea. He played c6. So we know what his next move is, d5. He wants to take the center. So now try to find White's move.
He stopped your piece from going right on up. Okay. Because that's what I was wondering. Because that bishop could have went right on up, make him move his rook, and then just do something else. If he moved his rook down, then you're okay. If he moved his rook to the right, you could take another piece. But what did he say? He wants me to do something? It's clearly not a knight or a rook piece, so it's clearly a pawn piece? Are you going to try to block him off? No, you're not. Are you gonna try to move? I wouldn't move my pawn there. I wouldn't move my pawn to d4 because then you're separating your pawns. I'd have it go the other way. Just get your queen up out of the way. Connect your rooks. That's because that's going back to basics, everybody.
The idea we consistently use when attacking is combining our attacking plan with stopping our opponent's dangerous ideas. I have no reason to allow him to take the center with d5. Then he'll have quick central counterplay and I'll have no time for my kingside expansion. So I stopped it, e4.
Okay.
Now d5 of course is impossible because I defended
It
plenty of
was a pawn
times.
move.
And now he began on the queen side, b5. The other natural counterplay. Attacked on the king side, counterattack on the queen side.
Okay, well, so once if you're grandmaster, if you see somebody attacking on that side, then you will counterattack on the other side because they actually see the board split in 4 ways. Amazing. I
So
see
here
it
we
split
have a
in
position
2.
where white wants to gradually build up g4. I want to put a queen on g3 probably. I want to play h4. Maybe I want to put a rook on h1. Bring my king back, slowly build up with g5. I have lots of plans. Maybe a rook on g1, move my bishop to h3, play g5 this way. There are a lot of ideas I have, but it's all very slow. The winner of this game will be the guy who succeeds in getting his plan done while keeping the other guy a little slower than he wants to be. b5 has the idea of advancing with b4. I mentioned that my plan is to play g4 and eventually put a queen on g3. That's the first step of my plan. This game is different from most of the games that I've discussed because most of them were open games, exciting positions in which the center was open, pieces were flying in different directions. This has a slightly different feeling. This is much more of a strategical game, at least this part of it is. White is slowly building up on the king side, black on the queen side. And in strategical games with closed centers, a key is to think in plans, not just moves, but in plans and
Plans.
schemes. So and you plan your setup. So I have a vision. Probably the ideal vision for white would be the pawn on g4, the queen on g3, the pawn on h4, the bishop on h3, the rook on g1, and then to play g5, and to go after the king. That's probably white's
Okay.
idea. So now that we have that vision, in what order should we play these moves? Well, black's idea is to play b4, attack my knight, and start to attack on the queen side if he can. He also wants to try to undermine the d5 square. So the first move that I made was queen e1. Just a simple move, preparing my queen to come to the g3 square after I play g4, and
Defending your
also
knight.
hitting the b4 square. If he plays b4, after knight e2, the pawn will be attacked. Also notice that if I had played g4 right away, he could have played the strong move queen h4, sticking his queen into the middle of my game, and I have no way of getting rid of it without trading queens. I don't want to play queen e1 and trade off queens because in this position I have the idea of attacking his king when attacking the king is best if the queens are on the board. So g4 would be in an accurate order because after queen h4, it's a real tough thing for me to develop my
Okay.
attack. Next move, notice his knight might come to g5. Now he has total dark square control. My bishop is going to start looking bad soon. Very important when you have a plan to accomplish it in the correct move order.
If you
And the
know
way you
that.
can usually decide your correct move order is to look for your opponent's counter chances. So my first move was queen e1, eyeing the b4 square and eyeing the h4 square.
Brilliant.
And now Larry played a move which is quite typical of him. He's a very creative player, and he also was thinking schemes. We know what my idea was, and his idea is to slowly build up on the queenside, the center. He played the move rook a7. Typical of a very creative guy like Larry, he often makes moves which other people wouldn't even consider. His plan is to play d5, so his next few moves are probably going to be bishop c8, rook to d7, bishop b7, then maybe I'll kick out my knight and play d5. That's his plan. It's pretty logical. If he succeeds in opening up the center, then he can get counterplay, and my kingside play won't be so good. Also notice that if he succeeds in opening up the center, and I've done some kingside pushing, it can be very bad for me, because if the whole center of the board opens up, my king will be loose with my pawns forward. So the only way that my kingside play will really work is if I succeed in stopping his central play, at least slowing it down enough. So, he played rook a7, we see what his plan is. What do you do
You
now with
see
white?
his plan. I
I decided to continue
saw
with my plan. I
nothing.
played g4. We know his move, bishop c8. Both players have plans. What would you play now?
I'm looking around the board. All around the board. going, you want me to think what your grandmastering brain is thinking? I know your plan. You said you're going to get your bishop and your queen up there, but your queen is defending right now, so bishop move.
Well, we know I want to play queen g3.
But
But we also know that b4 is part of his
yeah,
plan, and if my knight moves with the queen on e1, the b4 pawn is attacked. You'll have to take a tempo to defend it. So probably this isn't the best move right away. I played rook g1, keeping the queen on a good flexible square where it eyes the b4 pawn, and beginning the plan of eventually
sort of rook
h4,
move
bishop
first.
moves, and defending the g5 square. We know his plan, rook d7. Also, notice, my queen is important defending against the d5 move also because I hit the e5 square. My queen will take the pawn later on. So after rook d7, I play queen g3. My next move will be h4 probably. So d5 right away is bad because queen takes e5 simply wins a pawn. As is b4, knight moves d5. The pawn is attacked.
Okay.
And in this position, I think that Larry went wrong. I think white is slightly better. I do have a strong plan of developing my kingside initiative, but it's not clear how far I'll go. A very important part of defensive chess is visualizing the development of your opponent's plan, and then seeing 3 or 4 moves down the line how to stop it. For example, if I play h4 in this kind of structure, it's very difficult for me to defend the g5 square again. g5 takes, knight takes g5 will be very good for black. So if my opponent were to wait, it'll be quite difficult. I'm going to have to eventually maneuver my knight all the way to the f3 square, and in that time he can try to play for d5. So if my opponent were to play slowly, visualizing the difficulty I might have later on, it might make the game very difficult. But Larry saw that my plan was to play h4, and he stopped it with g5. And this was an example of my having a threat. Maybe a threat, maybe not a threat. I had a plan for sure, but now I take advantage of his defensive move to re-energize my attack. g5 does succeed in stopping the pawn storm of h4 and g5 later on, but on the other hand it gives me a new weakness to key in on. The g5 pawn will help me open up the h
They
file
get
later
an en
on.
passantum?
So my plan now is going to be to get my king out of the way, pile up, for instance, with bishop f3, king g2, rook h1. I might even put both rooks on the h file, and then play h4, bust open the h file and go for it. I have a new weakness to key in on. I think that g5 was a rather large inaccuracy. It stopped a plan that did not need to be stopped right away. Larry should have continued to build up his counterplay, probably with bishop b7. Continue to try for the d5 plan. Let me go on the king side. He'll play in the center. Probably white is slightly better. f6 should be part of black's plan, but the game is very, very unclear. What would you play now with white?
With your pieces again, like you just said.
We don't want to rush things. I gotta get my king out of the way, like I said. Bishop f3. I'm playing with a lot of flexibility here. My king will move. I'm gonna start along the h file. He played bishop b7. Once again preparing d5, which isn't possible right away because the e5 pawn is still hanging. King g2. White slowly builds up. After king g2, he played f6, which combines his attacking idea of d5, he's defending the e5 pawn, with the defensive idea of solidifying the g5 square and the h7 knight. When he played this move, I wasn't sure that it was good. I was actually quite happy to see it, because I thought that his queen occupying these dark squares, for instance the f6 square or the g5 square after h4 has been played, might be useful for him. But it's an interesting idea, and he liked it. He played f6. So now we see black's idea is to play d5. But also his idea is to play queen b6, to take this diagonal. This is a very important diagonal later on, especially if the center's opening up. So here I combined, again, a defensive idea with a potential attacking idea for my attack. I played queen f2. Stopping queen b6, there's no way for him to defend the b6 square again for a long time. And also I'm opening up the g3 square, because later on my knight might play knight e2 to g3 to h5, and in fact it does.
And in fact it does.
So combining prophylaxis against queen b6 with a potential knight maneuver for the attack. And again, my idea is to build up on the king side, rook h1.
Wow, okay. I still feel like Josh is going to win still.
So after queen f2, he played rook ff7. He's preparing to defend. What would you play with white? Rook
Yeah,
h1.
rook.
Begin the build-up. He played rook g7. Now your inclination might be to continue with rook h2, rook h1, or to play immediately h4, and both these ideas are possible. But his rook on g7 has just exposed itself to my knight on h5, which is important. I decided to take advantage of it. I played knight e2. There's no reason for me to rush in these types of positions where one side has a superior plan to the other side, because his central play is not doing anything. Even if he were to get in d5 now, his next move isn't clear. If he takes on e4, I can simply take back. Black's not really getting anywhere. White, on the other hand, has big attacking chances. I want to play knight g3, knight h5. I want to play h4. Black has a lot more to worry about, so there's no reason for me to give him anything specific to deal with right away. Let the anxiety build and continue to improve my position.
Let the anxiety build. Okay.
He played queen a5. His threat is pretty clear. He wants to play queen d2, put the queen into my game, attacking the c-pawn. There's no reason for me to allow that. The queen's just a nuisance there. I played knight g3, continuing with my plan, defending the square. And now he played c5. So finally Black has found a useful way to attack my queen side. He wants to play c4, try to open up the c-file and get counterplay. But now I've gained a lot of time in my attack. What do you play with White?
You said you're going to move your knight there, so knight move.
It looks like my knight's come from c3 to e2 to g3 because it has the idea of going to h5. Why not do it right away? That's one way of approaching the position, but on the other hand, we want to maintain as much potential as we can. In these types of positions, these closed games, where I have a number of ideas in which I'm using at once, it's good to sometimes hold them in your hand. Keep the ideas as potential. Knight h5 would just attack the rook. It would move away, but it'll be very useful later on. Now it was time to open things up. I played h4.
You went with the pawn move for the attack.
He immediately began his queenside play, c4. If he takes on h4, rook takes h4 will be devastating. The h6 pawn is impossible to defend. So now, when the position is becoming critical for Black, he's starting his counterplay. The rook on g7 might be good if the g-file opens up, and he wants to open up things on the queen side, get started quickly. I played h takes g5.
You just played it and took it, okay.
And here Larry made another move which is typical of himself. He's a very dynamic player, he's very creative, he loves to attack, and he sacrificed a pawn with knight takes g5, giving up the h6 pawn. If he had taken on g5 with the h-pawn, it would have been pretty ugly, because his knight on h7 can't move, he's all pinned down, it's very passive, and it's not in his style. Let's analyze this a little bit. I would have played rook h6. My idea is two things. First of all, I want to pile up with rook a to h1, start the attack. The other point, which is my real point, is I want to play knight h5. Now I'll be attacking his rook and the pawn on f6, plus my rook on h6 can remove his defender. Rook takes h7 at any point. It's very dangerous for him. After rook h6, what my idea is, let's say he plays rook c7. I would play knight h5, and after rook f7, I would play rook a to h1. The fact that my pawn on a2 is hanging is irrelevant. Things are happening very quickly on the king side. If he plays c takes d3, c takes d3, queen takes a2, white to play and win. What do you do? Rook takes h7, wins the game. He has two possibilities, king takes h7 or rook takes h7. If rook takes h7, I simply play knight takes f6 check, king h8, rook takes h7, rook takes h7, knight takes h7, king takes h7. It looks like the position is simplifying, but here I have the devastating move, queen b6, which wins the game. After queen b6, the only way he can defend his bishop is with queen f7. But then I play queen takes d6. I'm taking yet another pawn. The e5 pawn is going and Black is completely lost.
Okay.
If instead of rook takes h7, he plays king takes h7, I have the discovered double check, knight takes f6 check, king g7. Now what do you do with white? Knight e8 check, continue the attack. He's got to go to g8. And now I don't take the rook right away. I play the quiet move, queen d2, attacking the g5 pawn. And this is winning. If he plays rook g7, defending it, all his rooks are hanging. I can take on c7 followed by taking on g5. Or I could play the move at f6. He's completely lost.
Wow, okay. That's all that could happen.
And I played rook takes h6. And here we see that the game has changed character drastically and quickly. The game was a slow, positional game, it seemed like. I was watching what he was doing. I had some long-term plans. He was watching what I was doing, trying to play in the center, trying to play in the queen side. But now, I've busted open the king side. He sacrificed a pawn to get an active knight. His rook is on the open g-file. He's trying to bust open the queen side. Things look very, very tight. This is the part of the game where it's important to be the most accurate tactically. And it's very complicated, so here we'll analyze some of the variations, try to come to understand them.
I don't think I'm going to be able to understand these, but I still want to see who wins and what happens.
It's important to be the most
Oh
accurate.
no, I hit the wrong
victory.
button.
This was the last.
I hit the wrong button.
And here, so now the idea we can. So here we, and now, well, we know I want. And in this position, we don't want to rush. After King G2, he played F6, which is so after Queen F2, he played Rook FF7. Now your inclination might be to. He played Queen A5. His threat is pretty. It looks like my knights come from C3 to E2 to G. He immediately began his queenside play, C4. And here Larry made another move which is typical of himself. And I played Rook takes H6. And here we see, after Rook takes H6, he played Knight takes F3. Another thematic try he had was D5.
That's where we're at.
Try to break open
We're
the
back
center.
here.
Unfortunately, he doesn't have time for it. I would simply play Knight H5. And after D takes E4, Knight takes F6 check. King F7. I have two options. One is that I can take the E4 pawn because my knight on F6 defends it. And now I can simply take his rook. Knight takes D7. After E takes F3, King H1, he has no way to continue with his attack. I'm up in exchange, his king is being attacked. E5 check is hanging, he's lost. If he plays C takes D3, I have two options. I can take back on D3, which is also winning. Pretty complicated, but also winning. Or I can play the move Knight H5, just simply attacking. After he plays Knight takes E4, I can play Bishop takes E4, Bishop takes E4, King H2. Temporarily giving up some material. But now there's no way for black to defend against Knight takes F6 check. So after Knight takes F3, what would you play with white? This is the critical moment of the game. All the money's on the line. Take your time.
I thought you moved your knight up, but are you not going to get rid of his knight? Are you not going to, like, block his queen from coming down? You don't want to trade? There's so many things that's happening.
I played Knight H5 and went after him. Notice the timing of this position. If black takes a move and tries to defend, for example, with something like Rook GF7, I can either take on F6 with my knight or I can simply take back on F3 because the tempo he lost on the defense gives me too much time. I can take on F6 next move. So black can't afford to take a move to defend, and Knight H5 is devastating. Take a moment tactically, work it all out. If he plays Rook takes G4, then I simply take back. King takes F3. I'm attacking the rook with my king, and Knight takes F6 check is next. Take some time now and calculate everything out. Make sure it makes sense.
You cannot. No, there's no way I can make this make sense.
He played C takes D3. Tried to open things up. It won't be so good for me if I allow his bishop to come to E4, but he has no time for it. Knight takes F6 check. Boom. I'm temporarily down a piece, but his king is getting attacked, big time. King F7. So now his knight on F3 is hanging and his rook on D7 is hanging. What would you do?
Take his rook, because it's worth the most points.
You might want to take the bigger piece, but that would be a big mistake. After knight takes D7, bishop takes E4, suddenly black is the one attacking. The knight has all sorts of discovered checks. I have no way to continue my attack, clearly. His queen is coming into the game. His pawn on D3 looks pretty strong. I don't want this to happen, that's
You don't want
sure.
that to happen.
My knight on F6 is not only a good attacking piece, it's a very strong defensive piece. It guards G4 and E4 while attacking the rook on D7.
So take out his knight?
Now is the time for me to simply recapture. Patience. It's important to be cool under the attack. King takes F3. You might not want your king to be so far up in the board in a crazy position like this, but he's perfectly safe. Again, remember, queen takes F3 is the same big mistake. I allow his queen into the game. Queen D2 check. Notice, even when we're attacking, going after the guy, we've got to look out for every chance that he has.
Which I can't see all of
King
that.
takes
There's too
F3.
many moves, too many attacks. We're attacked from all sides here.
He played D takes C2. So now I had to find a way to finish the game off. Obviously, it's very strong for me. I'm attacking his rook on D7. Notice if he had played a quiet move, like rook C7, getting out of the way, I could simply play C takes D3. I'm up 2 pawns, my F and G pawns are huge. I'm around his king and he has nothing to do. I'm just completely winning. He saw this and tried to mix things up. After D takes C2, there's a new element to the position. Black is thinking about moves like queen takes A2. Just trying to get closer to my king. After rook takes queen, he'll make a new queen on c1, and then try to play moves like queen f4 check. He'll be
Another
attacking my
queen.
rook.
Okay, I see that.
That's what his idea is. The pawn on c2 isn't dangerous unless I let it be tactically. White's a move. What do you do?
A pawn a3.
Simple. I took the rook. Now he takes d7, and he played queen takes a2. Now you've almost got the game and the tournament won. Take a minute. Find the best move. Calculate it all the way through. White's a move. What would you do?
I'm only gonna move one piece. Okay, the queen's not on a light square, so that doesn't work. I don't think moving my knight to check is going to do anything. So, a rook check?
I began with knight takes e5.
You did do that move.
Sacrificing a piece back.
Oh.
I'm going after his king still.
That was my
He
first
played d takes
choice.
e5. What now? Two things win. I played the simplest. Something else was good too. White to play. What do you do?
I don't see any moves for white. Other than getting your queen around to, like, over there.
It's important to be the most accurate when you're closest to victory. If I play moves like queen
Okay,
h4,
that's what I
attack,
said.
he can make things complicated by sacrificing his bishop on e4. My king can get drawn to the center. There's no need for that. One interesting winning move I had was to take advantage of the relationship between my rook, queen, and his c-pawn. We see that if I take his queen, he wants to make a new one. But if I were to be able to guard the c1 square, I could just take the queen. So I had the interesting option of rook f6 check, throwing the rook away.
Yeah.
After king takes f6, I would play queen b6 check. And no matter what he does, I can guard c1. If king g5, I simply play queen e3 check, followed by rook takes queen. If king f7, I play queen takes b7 check. And then if he goes to f6, I play queen c6 check, followed by rook takes a2. And if he goes to g8 or f8, I play queen c8 check, followed by rook takes a2.
He's just gonna keep taking.
So rook f6 check was a nice tactical way to go. Notice, of course, that if he goes back to g8, what was the idea for me? I just follow his king, rook f8 check. Then if he goes to h7, queen h4 is mate. And if he takes on f8, I play queen c5 check, followed by rook takes a2. So this was one way to
Okay,
win.
but you did.
And it's a little bit instructional. Whenever there's a strange tactical relationship, for example, his queen is hanging, but he wants to go to c1. He wants to make a new one. One way is to trust your opponent, but the other way is to calculate and find a problem with it. In this position, he's hanging by a thread, and I can take advantage of it. But I played a simple move, queen takes c2, which wins very easily, and he resigned. The point is that he can't stop mate. I'm attacking his queen. The only move would be to play queen takes a1. I would play queen c7 check. And he's got to go back. If he goes to g8, queen d8 check, king f7, rook f6 is mate. If he goes to e8, rook h8 check will be mate. And if he goes to f8, do you see what I do? Same as g8. Queen d8 check, king f7, rook f6 mate.
I'm trying to find out how that's
So after I
mates,
played
but
queen
anyway.
c2, he saw that it was forced mate and resigned. So in the beginning of the game, my opponent made some moves which weren't so good. He tried to mix things up, made some strategical decisions which were less than correct. I've noticed that when we're closest to our goals a lot of the time in whatever we do, we tend to try to control the end of the journey. Whether we're playing basketball, if you watch these games in the Final Four of the NCAA, or we're playing chess in a big game, trying to become a grandmaster, working for grandmaster norms. Sometimes the inclination is when you're closest to your goal to try to make it happen by force, to try to control the end of it. But the trick of it is that the way you got so close to your goal was by playing moment to moment, by taking life or the game or the competition or the sport, whatever it is you're doing, taking it as it comes. For instance, now I'm trying to become a grandmaster, working in these very, very difficult closed tournaments against all grandmasters and international
He's trying to become a
masters.
grandmaster.
Is the psychological inclination when you're very close to your goal, close to winning the tournament, close to getting the grandmaster norm, is to make it all happen by force. And you have to play within yourself. You have to play the same way that you did to get there.
Are you done talking, or no?
It's important to be the most accurate when you're closest to victory. If I play moves like Queen h4, trying to attack, he can make things complicated by sacrificing his bishop on e4. My king can get drawn into the center. There's no need
Okay,
for
well, I know he's repeating. I'm just trying to find something. Out. What's a norm? Thank you. Somebody... Wikipedia has it. Okay. A standard or normative ethics that is... That's not what I'm looking for. In mathematics. Norm. Chess. A chess result required to qualify for an official title. Knack orient? No, that's not it. Okay, I was gonna say, what is that? Anyway, so it's just a result required to qualify for a title. They just call it norm? They could not use any other word? Odd. What does norm... I was really hoping for like an actual meaning of norm, but... It allows you to getting norms. Playing a chess game against other grandmasters will give you a norm, and after who knows what many norms, you can become a grandmaster yourself. Yeah, there's not really anything. I'll drop it and wait for like, because I'm trying to Google it and Google's just not giving me the answer. Other than what I already knew, it kind of meant just like you get norms and you could become a grandmaster. I want to know like what norm meant, what it came from. Like the norm is an acronym to something, or something, but nothing. So Waitskin won, and he was an international master, not a grandmaster at that point. Wow. Interesting. I'm kind of glad I saw that, because now it's just all of this stuff, and then there's more, just famous games. Did I not click on this? Oh, you can do this. Oh, perfect. I could have did this the first time. It goes way back to what? 1619. Captain Smith. Edinburgh versus London. Okay. Interesting. Now I can go back the other way, because like that, like from the 1600s, early 1600s, they have an actual game that somebody just must have written down piece for piece what moves were made, and this game stopped at 2000 and something, so they wouldn't have 2004 was that's all that they were caught up to. I wonder what a 2004 game looks like. It's not talk though, isn't it? Grandmaster Raphael, the last chess artist, watched his magic at work. His dazzling game against French Grandmaster Joel. Okay. Cool. First, okay, I was gonna, again, I keep getting tricked by this first and last and previous thing, because R1 has always been next, but now it's no longer next. It just jumps it right to the end. But yeah. You don't like watching the show, but I get stuck watching because of my... Okay, I thought I already read that. Good enough. So, Joel is the one defending against this guy, and I can't rotate the board, but we're watching the black pieces move like magic. Went for that way. Defend it. So an English opening or closed or something along those lines? Am I close? Attacking. Didn't really defend, so now he's attacking. Now the knight can go up, but he didn't do that. Knight to knight. Pawn up. He backed away. He backed away. Knight over there? He moved his bishop again. He just... They're moving their pieces, and I'm just like, there goes your king's defense. He's going for the attack. He countered that. He checked. Not checked. He castled, not checked. Queen out. He castled. It's a lot of air, but he's got two bishops in there with him. If he went for the attack, and then he went for it. Now the H file's open. Now he's there. Queen out. Dropping a bishop over there. So he's going over on this side. The play is over here, so they're moving all their pieces over. They cut the board in half, and from E to H, basically. He went right down into it. He went right down after the pawn. And only the bishop can take. So he did. Then the knight came out. And now his knight can get attacked. But he didn't take it right away. What? Okay. Then he went there. Okay. His bishop's under attack too, but he went for that instead. He moved his king. And then he moved his bishop there to attack the other bishop. If he loses his bishop, he'll take back his bishop, but he can't defend it. So he went for it. But now that leaves a check. That's a check now. Even I saw that. Now he moved back again, and now he gained a tempo. Now he's here. Question. Stop. This is Grandmasters, isn't it? Why that? Why that move? No, not that move. Because now you could just move over again. Oh, the knight's blocking it. Oh, thank goodness I saw that. I didn't see the knight. I was really confused with his white knight. But now that I see his white knight, it's defended now. Good. Now it's not so good, because I didn't see that bishop. But now it's check again. And now there is nothing defending it. Check. Oh, he went that way. I keep forgetting that other pieces could move. And then he took it. Oh. Oh, check. On him. Then he moved. Then he went back. Then he went back. He moved out of the way. And white resigned. Okay, white's move is next. I am not done with this game. I should almost, like, I'm pretty sure Raphael is in this game. And I can play against him right now. And then, like, put all these pieces here. And it's white's move now. And all I need to do is put all the pieces on the board, because you can do this anytime you want on this game. That's why I like it. And then it's my move. I can check, which he'll move out of the way, I'm assuming. He's gonna keep moving down. I'll take it. I don't know which way he's going to move, but if he moves to g6, then my queen comes up. And checks him again. Oh, that's bad though. I can't defend my queen after I do that. Is there a better way to check him? He has to go either to G. He could actually go any which way he wants to go, but he can. I would assume G 6. He wouldn't go to e6, would he? I'm just guessing he's completely surrounded, and his rook is up there, and there's a queen and 2 knights coming down after his king, and all he could defend with is with 1 knight and a queen. He's only down. He's basically... He's not up material, I guess. Technically, he's not up material, but he's got a rook for a knight. Rook is 3 and knights are 5 again, is it? It's still a close game. Who knows? Maybe like now the rooks, the knights are gonna come down, and then come down again and check him. In 2 moves, is it checkmate? Because the king cannot move right now. I see that the king can't move, but he could go down and check, and then like get the knight, lose a queen. There's got to be a way to get out of that. Either way, he won, and he resigned here at this point. Crazy. All right, cool. That was a 2004 game. That was a little bit more to when I existed, at least. Thank goodness. But okay, now we're here. So like I said, you just set up the position, copy exactly what's going on. Play against him, move and go for a check or something, and then move your queen for another check, and then drive your queen down, and then just try to take on the mess, and then get your rook down if you can with another tempo or something. Oh heavens, is getting to be an old man. He's even learning chess to get ready for it. Well, at least now if I ever do play chess again, like on another video game, I can now actually probably do well. Because I wonder how bad I was playing before.
E4.
Why, Manny, did you move that one? I don't like how Manny does that.
Knight
I'm gonna
F3.
take it, Manny, if you don't... Okay, now you're going for it.
Knight C3.
Defend.
Knight takes E4.
What are you aiming for? So you just pinned my piece. Temporarily pinned my piece.
C3.
By the way. So now I'm going to quickly get my bishop up and out. Is that too far?
Bishop E2.
I'm not liking how Manny's moving, but I don't need to lose any pieces right now. We basically lost I lost a pawn? I lost a pawn, he lost a knight. So me taking a pawn and losing my knight is absolutely silly at this point, so let's not. I gotta defend. He's gonna take. I gotta defend. Oh, the smarter move would have been my thing here. But since we're here, we're just gonna do it without backing up. Oh, I can't. Yes, I can.
D3.
Yes, I can. This is a blunder, everybody. Why? Well, then I gotta take back my move too, then, so I can just move my bishop up there right away.
D3 pins own pawn at C3.
I'm okay with that.
Leads to D takes E4. D takes E4. Knight C6, which wins a pawn for a knight. Better is Knight G3.
To lose the whole center.
Knight G3. Castle kingside.
I gotta get my pieces out. Is that too aggressive?
D4. D takes E5.
I don't know what to do here. My brain is like, cool, I'm moving pieces. Look at me go.
Bishop F4.
blunder. Okay, fine. Don't move your bishop up so far. Okay.
Bishop e3.
So what? Something's happening that I don't see. What is happening right now? You're analyzing what can happen.
Bishop e3 leads to knight e7. E takes
I would not.
f6. G takes f6, which wins a pawn. Better is queen takes d5.
Oh, that's a pretty solid, powerful move, actually. Unbelievable. Okay, so I didn't see that I can actually go right here and defend everything with my queen. I was trying to just build up my pieces and don't bring up my queen too early. But better actually is this. This actually is. Chess is happening, which is finally now action.
Queen takes d5.
Okay, but now he just did that to me, and now I'm going to either A. No, I'm still defended. You know what?
Queen takes c6, check. Queen takes a8, check.
That had to hurt. I hope that hurt, Manny. I hope I undermined you so hard that you're feeling it. Because now his king is stuck in the middle of the board, everybody. Right where I want him. Right where he feels it. I undermined him that time. Oh, I should just do this right now. And if he tries to move out of the way...
Rook d1.
Hey, you're going after my little rook, aren't you, Manny?
b3.
You're offering a trade of queens, or he's going after something, but I'm going to just do this. That's not going to work. I could go up and check him again. Then the queen moves there. I gotta be careful here, because I gotta get my... This gotta get out of here now. So, he's offering a trade. I don't want to.
Queen takes a6.
Now it's time to move... That's not good. This might work.
Bishop e3.
I need to get my bishops and stuff out. You're trying to make another trade again, but Manny, I'm already, like, on my way to start destroying you. Do you not see that I'm attacking you right now?
Queen takes b6.
Oh, that does not work. That's too bad. I didn't move in the right spot, but it's okay. That's defended. That's defended by his bishop. Oh. Hmm. I'll check him again.
Queen b8, check.
That's not good. That's not good. He's got my queen, like, going back and forth, and I'm soon gonna just trade for it. Because this is just getting silly. He's not allowing me to make any progress. Okay, I'm still not sure what I'm streaming tonight, but gotta get to it somehow either way. Have a good night. You as well, Melis. You as well. But he's just not allowing me to make any progress right now. And I am not one for not making progress, so... I'll accept a trade even though I am up... Oh, I should. I am up so many pieces right now. I got a rook, 2 knights, and 4 pawns. To his 1 and 1. Yeah, you know what? I accept.
Queen takes c8, check.
Now, I'm going to totally start piling up. No, not yet. 1, 2, 3. It's time to start getting active with this.
Knight e4.
You're going for it now, but I was also going for this. Wait, why would you do that?
Bishop takes a6.
I'm okay with that.
B takes c4.
I'm okay with that.
C takes b4.
I'm okay with whatever Manny's doing.
E takes f6.
I just
b5.
stopped his rook. I just completely stopped his rook from coming down and causing me grief. And now I can start bringing up my knight and start really putting a squeeze on him. But not only do I need to do that, I could also go here, remove this. I could lose a knight at this point. I can start picking him off from any corner. Actually, why don't I get my rook right there?
Rook d7.
Ah, you're gonna stop me from doing that, but I could go like this.
Knight e5.
He went for it. Okay, well now I'm okay with that. Check. He has to take it. I don't have anything. I can check him again. You know what? I will.
Knight takes f6. Check. Rook d8. Check. Rook takes f8. Check.
Okay, now I just got all these pieces out of my way.
b6. b7. b8. Queen.
Yeah, I thought you weren't going to be able to get my piece. And now for the killing blow.
Rook d1.
I'm going to capture
g3.
in the middle. Oh, now you can't move.
f4.
He can still slip in between all of this. There we go, better.
Bishop b7.
My knight can't defend. Yes, I can. Check.
Queen d6. Check.
I'm gonna drive him, like, out of my area. He needs to go away. So if I go like this, I'm totally defended for a while. My knight went away.
Knight f3.
You managed to get down there. Quiet move.
King f2.
Little quiet move. Alright, fine. This is just taking me too long to check him, that's all. I'm gonna move. I can't move here.
Queen e5. Check.
Okay, well, this is the only way I can check him.
Rook d6. Check.
Checkmate him.
Queen e7.
And
Check.
checkmate.
Rook d8.
So, do you see
checkmate.
how I'm winning? Not that I'm... I don't know if... Manny beat me before, so clearly my rating is what it was. 500 or less. And now that I've learned some basic ideas, again, no pins, no forks, no skewers, nothing like that, and I could just win with this many pieces. And I traded down at the end. I didn't care if I lost a knight to a pawn. It just got rid of the pawn out of my way. Go pawn at you? Okay. But yeah, good luck there, Mel. Again, like, the plus is with a check. The hashtag is mate. Okay, cool. But I don't, like, it seems like I don't need to use those amazing abilities to win with a knight, a queen, a bishop, a rook. I got 2 bishops and 4 pawns to his 1 pawn and knight and king. So I don't know. I don't know what I'm missing here. I can try to take on somebody else. Try to do another game. A new setup. Go for it. Hit play. Change Manny. Somebody a little bit stronger. That didn't work. Was Carrie the one that I beaten? Yeah, it was. I think it's Carrie. But who did I take on before? Marius is... I think I was able to beat Marius once, but that was just due to me just fooling around with a bunch of things before. And then now, who knows how I managed to pull that off, because I don't think I could beat him. He's in perfect shape and he likes to capture. And however I played before, was able to counter him. But I know if I would have played her or him, I would have lost. However I used to play before, now I'm playing differently now. And things have changed. But I probably can. Oh, did I challenge Kid? Yet? He's in perfect shape and undervalues knights. Let's try Kid. Back out, and then let's try, because I think I can't remember who's
E4.
who at this point. And now it's the same opening again.
Knight F3.
But now I can bring out my... I don't know if I bring out 2 knights.
Knight C3.
I don't know if I bring out this and then go like this.
D4.
And like now I can take his pawn, open up the mid game, and take it, or just leave it be. Bring my piece out here.
Bishop E2.
I could undermine his knight right now
E5.
and take his knight.
E takes F6.
And then take this.
Knight takes D4.
Oh, he can do that. Okay, okay. I didn't know he could do that. My knight is fine.
Castle kingside.
I don't know what you're plotting, but unless you bring your bishop there, I'm not gonna worry yet. But right now I can go like this and attack its queen and drive it away.
G3.
I'm not gonna worry about that.
Bishop F3.
I'll take it.
B takes A3.
Did I lose a piece? Because I was not, again, paying attention.
Queen D3.
Okay, the knight is there. I can bring this piece up and out and cut right through now. In fact, I'm gonna... Oh, I can't do that. That's a bad... I could cut off his king, but that doesn't do anything for me, so let's not.
Bishop E3.
I should really go after his knight, shouldn't I? I shouldn't just leave it there. But now I can, like, go like this as well.
Rook A B1.
Now what has he done? He managed to, like, move his knight all the ways over. Didn't see him moving his knight at all. Until now. And now he's after my queen. There's nowhere to go but back because I wasn't paying attention.
Queen E2.
This is the one that's under attack. But I want to attack his queen. If I go there, I attack his queen, his knight, his queen. That doesn't really work for me just yet. Okay. I need to do what he just did. Like, move my knight way over. I was going to do this. And I still can. My plan was to bring my rook right up and start doing something. But he's going to come down with his knight now, and if I lose a piece, it's okay. Or if he drops his knight, it's a check. I take... I'm not going to worry about it just yet. I don't see a threat yet.
Rook takes B6. Knight takes F3. Check.
I'm okay with that. I'm going to defend with my queen.
Queen takes F3.
Because now it's just breathing room. And now I'm going to come after the queen again. That's defended well. Okay. No, it's not. I can do this. If he takes, then I'll take.
Knight takes E6.
Then... Oh...
Rook takes E6. Check.
I was not watching very well, wasn't I? Because I was just moving pieces really quickly again, without really getting a layout of the land.
Bishop takes a7.
Yeah, but I already took your piece, so I'm happy with that.
Bishop c5.
Okay, now he's starting to push. And now either A, I push my piece and go for his rook.
Knight takes d5.
I'm going to take it.
Knight takes e7.
Why did he allow me to do that?
Knight
Why did he allow me
f5.
to do that? Oh, okay, that scared me. That fooled me and everything. I was totally like baffled by that move. I can't get his knight, but I can totally A, start blocking off his path, or B, push my pawns up now, because my knight is not going to move for a while. And I could really go for this. I also got to be careful not letting my king go up. I can stop him from moving. Solidifying my knight.
g4.
What is he after? I don't care what you're after right now. You're going after my bishop, are you? Oh no. I'm gonna go like this.
Bishop e3.
I still don't care what you're doing.
h4.
He didn't like that. He didn't like that at all. I was waiting for him to attack. I was actually waiting for the attack to come. I can go right in after him. I could go right in after him.
H takes g5.
And then make a pass pawn here. Or make a pass pawn here. Or the king cannot move. I go for my attack now.
Queen h3. Queen takes h6.
Now, I don't know what he just moved or why, but it's check.
Queen h7 check.
It's check. Make him lose his queen. Or B, I can do something else. Can I do something else before just going and trading off queens now? Which I can do, because I feel like I'm totally winning. I got double his pawns and double of every other piece that he's taken. So I am like totally up material. I can totally check the queen, make him lose his queen, force it. I could force this to happen. Or I don't know what he's going after right now, but I think I want to force this because I don't want him to drop his queen down and start checking me. Not that he can. He can't, can he? Taking my knight is defended. Taking my rook, my bishop is defended. Going down here and checking me is defended. And going here is also defended. What am I going to do then? Only piece that's not really doing anything right at this present moment is this.
g6. g7. Queen h2 check.
Okay, wow.
King takes h2.
I'm gonna stop you from
Rook c1.
running away.
g8. Queen check.
Again, now he's on the run.
Knight g3.
None of my queens can attack this.
Queen f5 check. Queen g e6 checkmate.
Again! No pins, no skewers, no fancy moves, just straight up attacking normal plain chess. No overcomplication thinkings. And I can win against Kid now. I don't think I've gotten better at chess. There's no way just watching and listening to Josh and Larry and the Chessmaster series tutorial dude, and watched a few grandmasters play and seen a few cool ideas that just absolutely blew my mind. There's no way that I've just gotten a better chess player, because I'm still using beginner moves, as in no fancy moves. Just straight up attacking chess, try not to make too many bad blunders, which I got the blunder alert on to make me go, oh, slow down for a moment. I'm moving my piece and I'm clearly under attack and I didn't even see it. Slow down. But I don't have that in a real chess game. There's no buddy over my shoulder saying, don't do that. Do you see what's happening here? And then I'll be like, oh, okay, cool, thanks. Person over my shoulder telling me this in a chess championship. It's tournament, but I wanted to use championship with 2 C's. Anyway, again, like I still seem to end up winning in chess. So clearly I got to keep going on stronger and stronger players until I finally meet my match, and then we could finally see where I'm at. And maybe that could be a thing. But I remember those characters giving me a hard time. I'm pretty sure I challenged Kid episode 2 by accident. I think it was random. Or I know I challenged Kid before, whether it was live or not, and I lost to Kid. So either way, it just seems like now, with the foundation of just giving me a heads up with a blunder, so I could go, oh, okay, slow down. What am I missing? Because I'm not looking. I'm never looking for any attacks. I missed his knight coming down, making 2 moves, to eventually showing up and doing. Clearly, a knight moving should be your spider sense should go off, and you should go, okay, what's the next knight move? If it's going to be 2 knight moves, what's happening now? Or what did that knight go and defend? Or what is it? What square is it attacking or defending? Maybe that should be a thing that I will tell you that this game didn't tell you. Other than other games, when you saw that when Josh Lee wants to move his knight over there, you see him move his knight 3 times to get over there. Then that should be a heads up. But for me, I didn't really catch on to it until it happened to me, personally. But yeah, again, I already took out 6 pawns. I could have taken out more. And 2 queens side by side is a checkmate, huh? That's interesting, because I don't think I usually end up with 2 queens. And really, I had all the time in the world to drive him back into the corner, take out his other pawn, take out the other pawn, get another queen, and have just like 3 queens. It's not that hard to do that against these AI. At least it doesn't feel that way. But now we're at the point of like, I can try another game, another challenging game. Why not? A new setup. Go for it. Go like that. Hit the... Oh, I had to hit play first. I was like, why is that not working? I have to hit play first. Because Manny and Kid... See, I'm not a fan of sacrificing Kid. Tries to mimic... Okay, he's trying to mimic somebody. That's dangerous. I feel like that's dangerous. You know what, Marius? I feel like I used to be able to beat you based upon my bad gameplay, because I know it was bad. Because I know I wasn't good back then when I beat you. Let's see what happens when I go against... It's the same opening again, because I'm starting with the same opening?
Knight F3.
Sicilian defense. You're protecting the square now. So now do I challenge the square by doing something unorthodox? And force my win into it? Do I jump right into the fray? No holes bar. Or like I have no idea. Am I protecting this piece, then driving this piece up, and then, you know what, this actually makes more sense.
D3.
And then now I will take this. Or get my piece out of there now.
Bishop E2.
Castle very early. Oh, I think Marius is also like one of those glitch characters that if you don't move with a time limit, he won't move. It's really weird. So 40 moves and now he'll start moving. Or he'll have 40 moves in that long. That's still too long, isn't it? How about we speed it up some? I don't want to lose, but 15-minute game? Sure, we'll go with that. Is that going to make you move? Because he does this. I don't know if playing, because I don't think he does this in an actual rated game. Just so you know, everybody. He just won't move. It's very...
Queen A5, check.
I don't care about your little check. That I was actually going to move my piece here. You're actually following my plan.
C3.
So what are you doing? Because that you're still... I'm going to take over the middle very soon if he doesn't do anything. I'm gonna castle soon. I'm gonna get this piece is gonna go up and defend this in a very hot minute. Or my queen, really. Open up a discovery attack, but I don't really have a thing.
Bishop H6.
Oh, I see what's going on now. I was like, that's weird. I could just take it. No, I can't. His knight's also aiming for that. So it's not just a free take. So he's going to come down, take me, move my queen, check me. He can't do that, but he can't do it yet. So he's got a game plan already, everybody. He's truly got a game plan. I don't know what he's planning, but right now he's poised upon this and this. He's got this under wraps right now, and I'm not liking it. And all I can do is like push my piece here or here. It's not quite as yes, it is defended. It's very defended if I do that.
Bishop D2.
I'm okay with this. Now I'm okay with what he just done. Because now I got it blocked with my knight. I didn't see my knight until until the very end. Because like my queen is not enough for defense. And I'm gonna soon push my piece up, and I'm gonna soon start challenging his. Oh, I don't have my queen to attack there anymore. That's not good. So I still want to get my king out of there. Marius, you're taking your time, aren't you? But yeah, I feel like Marius will glitch himself out by not moving. Weirdly enough. And I have to like keep changing the settings to make him start moving. But like, I don't know what he's gonna do. He can trade if he wants, but he's going to definitely only trade for even material at this point, from what I can tell. I got 2 knights blocking my spot now. And now I feel comfortable to... Since his queen's over there, I'm going to get my king away from that queen. That's my plan. And my queen is eventually going to come out. And so is my knight. To here, to here. I'm going to move my knight very soon, because I'm not liking that queen there as well. I can still push for the center as well. And then he takes, I take, he takes, I take.
Bishop G7.
He backed away. So now I'm actually going to try to... Do I want to clear out the center right now? Or am I coming after... If I do this, is this a blunder?
Knight
Because now there's no
A3.
pressure on my bishop anymore. So now I'm coming after him. Marius, I'm coming after your queen if you don't notice. I don't like it being lodged there. So either move it out of my way and let me make a whole bunch of progress towards the center. I'm hoping my plan is working.
B5.
Oh, he stopped my plan. Okay, he saw my knight. And he didn't like it. So now I'm going to undermine this by going like this, right? Now is the time?
D4.
Marius is like, wait, what? You're going to attack my queen and then you change it to the middle again? Yeah, I am. What are you doing? What are you thinking now, Marius? Just curious, because I don't know how he's gonna... He's got 2 pieces poised upon that, where I only got 2 as well. I had my queen there, but now I was defending, and now I probably jumped the gun, moving my attack. I should have moved this here first. Then move up. And then I got 3 pieces defending this. There is a time and a place to be doing these attacks, isn't there? Either way, this is...
Bishop A6.
Bishop to there. Do I care that he's got a line going right down to there? Because I could attack right now. There's nothing stopping me from taking this piece. Or do I just like to hold it in my hand like Josh Waitskin? And then now pile upon this. Defend this with this. It's a bad idea because then I'm leaving that piece open, aren't I? Because I don't want him to squeeze my knight out of the way now. I don't want that to happen. I can go right here. I'm gonna force this. I'm gonna attack there and there, or is this a bad move? Because I'm constantly just pushing my pawns forward. And pushing this pawn forward opens up the queen to my bishop. And also attacks his pawns, and then possibly also opens up that. I'm gonna go for it. I have no idea what's gonna happen, but I got my knight is blocking this as well, which will then attack its queen. So he's gonna soon have to move his queen because I really don't like it. And think about it, Marius, because I don't like your queen there, and I could anytime castle. Still, I feel safe.
Queen A4.
Okay, now you moved your queen, but it's there instead of here. And is this pushing too far? Because now I could go after his knight if I do this, and I got a solid spot to put my knight. Oh, and so, yes I do.
D5.
Go for it. I'm going to keep pushing. I don't know what's going to happen now, so I'm not too sure what he's got planned. Oh, he attacked my queen! I didn't even see it! Alright, thanks, Blunderman. You're way better than Cutscene Loader, man. He's attacking my queen directly. Didn't even see that, everybody. Like, not at all. He can... He wants to trade, does he? Ah, that's blocking my knight. That's what's going on. This is defending my knight. If I go here, he takes my knight for free. And I don't take anything right now. He's offering a trade because he feels like this is his game. And removing the queen right now, when we're just completely even, the game is completely closed right now. Would removing the queen out of my life make my life easier too? Can I remedy this anyway by sacrificing my queen, moving my bishop there and taking out his queen after my castle? After I could castle right now, let him take my queen, and I you know what? I think I'm gonna not do it yet.
Castle kingside.
Go for it. No, let it happen. What are you gonna do? Go for it, Marius. Take my queen if you wish. I'm trying to see if what he's doing, because I don't know what attack he's got on him yet.
Queen takes D1.
And then I'm going to take with my rook, and then get my rook behind past pawns.
Rook F takes D1.
Because they're going up. I'm going to let it happen. And then we'll find out if turn 10 was a bad move or not. Because I don't know. I feel like let's get rid of the queen and see what happens. I'm going to learn the hard way. Again, Marius, you're taking your time, but that's fine, because you give me a few seconds to think too now. The queen is out of my way, no longer threatening. My king is totally safe behind some bishops and rooks and knights. I'm going to move you up here is my plan. Marius can't hear me, thank goodness, but hopefully you can. And then I was going to centralize... Oh, I see a nice little fork there. I like it. If he doesn't see this fork, I'm going for it if he doesn't move. He's totally got my pieces kind of... No, he doesn't. He doesn't. I'm not going to move my knight. This knight's not allowed to move. I gotta start defending this. But I got a sweet little fork, everybody. It's gonna separate my pawn islands. But I think it's too good to pass up. And if he moves his knight...
B takes C4.
He went for it. He actually saw it and took it. Okay. So now, I can't take this, can I? Because my next plan was to move my stuff up, but now I kind of can't. I'm going to now change my plan. I saw that fork and he actually got rid of it. Brilliant move. I was going to do this, alleviating my pawn. I thought it was a good spot for my knight, but that bishop up there, I see it now.
D5.
Push your piece away, your knight is way too good right now, so I want it gone. Or is he going to challenge it because I moved again too early? Yeah, I might have moved too early again, everybody. I might have jumped the gun again, but it's okay. I want to see what Marius does with all my mistakes. Because I could have defended first, again, and then went...
Knight E5.
There? Oh, dude, you moved not how I wanted you to move. You moved how I did not want you to move. Okay, then. Take it. Take a pawn, lose my thing, take that, lose that. It's too many losses. What is he going for? He's going for my knight. It's an open game, so I don't mind losing my knight right now. Letting him get his bishop there, I don't want. So I'm going to allow him to take my knight, and I'm going to start pushing here.
Rook A C1.
Let that happen. What is he going to do? I want to see what he's doing. Instead of the blunder just telling me and I read words. What are you doing? What is your end goal here? To try to drive my bishop away from your pawn? Is that what you're aiming for? Because I got two rooks down there, so I'm not worrying about it right now. But we'll find out how bad these moves are, because I need to learn this way too, with almost a loss. I can just back up until I start winning again. So, Marius, I almost got a full minute on you for this timer. And this 15-minute game is just going to be literally taking a half an hour because you're taking so long. Because I gotta also think of my moves after I'm done making my mistakes. I gotta back up a bunch too. But I'm up. Am I up or am I down? I'm down a piece. I'm down a piece? Oh boy. It's my first time being down.
Knight takes
You
F3.
went for it.
Check.
So go for it.
Bishop takes F3.
And then what is he plotting now? I don't get it, because now I'm still defended right now. Sure, he can slice his bishop down. I will gladly put my bishop there and start moving things. I could also put my rook right back here and defend my king.
Bishop takes B2.
Oh. You took a pawn, though. I'm gonna lose a rook. Can't do that. Okay. That takes too many moves. I finally see what he was aiming for. And this got me in a little bind here, because I'm gonna lose more pieces again. Just to take out a pawn, and then move my rook out of the way. To which then his other bishop can take out my rook, to which my knight will take it out. Then he's gonna move his rook out of the way.
Rook takes C4.
His bishop out of the way, I mean. My goodness, I can't say the words anymore. He's gonna take, I'm gonna take, and then he has to move. But he totally, like, got me there with that attack. Interesting. I'm actually, like, going down quite a bit, actually. I'm gonna be down a full rook. I got a pawn and a knight and a queen. 2 pawns, a knight, and a queen. So I'm still down a pawn until he takes my rook. And then I'm gonna be really hurting. Marius, are you calculating some other endgame goal? Because now that I see what you do, that's a little bit more interesting. I can hopefully start going on the defense once you start moving your pieces down like that. I'd never liked his queen there to begin with, but I'm also allowing a bunch of blunders to go through, because I want to see what he does.
Bishop takes C4.
Okay.
Knight takes C4.
Now I'm attacking this, which is what... Again, on other Chessmaster moves, he just said, like, don't do this, but I'm like, I can still attack. Now I want to see what happens. You can slice right through my game.
Bishop D4.
I would rather you take out that pawn piece. Go for it. Or I'll even, like, start trading you now if you want. That knight is just way too positioned. But I can stop him from leaving? If I did this?
Bishop
Is
G5.
this a bad move? Because now he can't get out, right? His knight is forever trapped. I'm thinking his knight's forever trapped when my bishop is 2 squares away from his knight.
F6.
Until he does that. Okay. Well, I tried.
Bishop F4.
I'm gonna stay on this line for a bit. Marius, what are you doing? Because I'm just trying to figure you out, dude. I could have... No, I couldn't have attacked. I gotta get rid of this piece. Okay, this piece gotta go. I could have done that like an hour ago by moving this way. Darn!
F5.
Okay. I'm okay with that. Am I? Am I okay with this? The take to move it out of the way. Get my piece back.
E takes F5.
Marius, are you used to somebody just taking pieces without guessing? Because you're smiling, but you also look absolutely confused right now that there's a chess player that just goes, yeah, whatever, I'll take it. Instead of going, wait, why didn't you move the 3 pieces over there to then...
Knight F6.
He'd already moved his knight out. But I got it not quite defended. He's after that piece now. I'm gonna... No, I can't. I was gonna do that. Don't do that, me. There is so many better moves. He totally got me stumped again. If I go not there... You can't take that piece, dude. I don't care. He's not gonna be able to take it. I'm gonna soon just get active with my... Do I want to stop him from getting down here first? Because he's got 2 of them, right? And I'm not active at all with my king yet. I feel like I should just start driving up my pieces. And then I should like definitely leave my rook down here in case if he tries to do something, but he might also pin my rook to something. Or if I just move my rook over here, or right here, to stop his knight from ever thinking of coming down here as well. Or just get active with my king right now. Or put my rook here. It also defends me quite well. And then I can start moving later. There's like so many ways to do something. And again, you can calculate if you wish to. I don't want to spend my hours calculating. I see where his knight wants to go. To take up my piece or move into the other spot, but I got it pretty well defended. And this one pawn is hanging on to all of this. And I just want to get rid of this piece. And I should have did that a while ago. Because I don't think this piece is doing anything right now.
Bishop G5.
I should have... Wait a minute. I want to move it to here.
Bishop H6.
Then I want to get here and cause up some trouble. That's the move I wanted to do. So basically I put my hand on the piece, didn't take my hand off, moved it back and then put it back, and then took my hand off. That's what I really did. Now, Marius, what do you think?
Rook B8. Bishop G7.
What is he gonna do? He has to move his rook, right? He has to move the rook. It's a forced rook move. But the reason why I did this is that now he can't castle. And I'll forever...
Rook B4.
What? My attack is still there. There's nothing stopping me from doing this. My attack is not gone yet. If you dare think you're going to take my knight, forget it.
Rook C1.
Analyzing. This is a blunder. Okay, I'm curious to see what's going to happen now. Is it a blunder because we're going to just trade...
Rook C1. Leads to Rook G8. Bishop takes F6. E takes F6, which wins a knight. Better is Bishop takes H8.
And then lose... You're not counting me losing a knight, you dummy.
Rook G8.
Oops, I hit the wrong button. I hit the wrong button, okay. Well, I was...
Bishop takes
going to do this.
H8.
Now I lose my knight. The game didn't calculate. Oh, bad is that you need to defend this piece. The game is not even counting this.
Rook takes c4.
Okay, see, now I need to really start moving here. A knight. If I aim for his rook, it'll move out of the way.
Bishop e2.
Okay, let's see what happens, because I still got my bishop up there. His king is stuck in the middle of the board. I should be able to do something with this.
Rook c2. Bishop c4.
This is a blunder. What are you going to do? Because I want to know what he's doing now. Oh, it's a check. Okay, I didn't see that until now. He's gonna move his rook, his bishop here and check me, and I can't take it. Alright, so that's what's happening right now. That's such a waste. Is going towards him right now a good idea? Again, I have no idea. My plan was to move my bishop back up there, but now I've lost my bishop place. And getting rid of this bishop for my rook is also seeming like a bad idea right now, because I'm so short-pieced. But this bishop is just tying my king down as well. And to be trading like this seems like an absolute loss. Yes, it is. But I just free up that. Get rid of the stupid little check that's going to happen soon. Or B, try to move my king around a little bit more. You know what?
Rook takes
I'm
d4.
doing it. Who cares?
C takes d4.
And then now I go like this.
Bishop d1.
I don't care. What are you doing now? What is the next attack?
Rook c1.
Oh, I see it now. That's really bad. I gotta move my king
g4.
out of the back. It's a check. I move.
Rook takes e2.
He's after my rook.
King
My bishop,
g2.
I mean. His bishop's after my rook. His rook's after my bishop. I can't even speak anymore. I'm gonna win because Marius is gonna run out of time.
d3.
Oh, right. Pash pawns must be pushed.
g5.
I want to see what happens. I'm just pushing pieces to find out what truly happens. He's gonna move and take my central piece out now, isn't he?
d2. G takes f6.
Oh, I'm in trouble after this point. Oh, okay. So yeah, clearly I don't want to do that. Clearly I want to do this.
King f1.
Why is that a blunder? If he moves...
Rook e4.
Okay, good. That's what I want you to do. Get out of my house.
f3.
I don't want him to be, I'm gonna keep driving him back until he can't do anything.
d2.
Oh.
g5.
I see. Just let it happen.
d1. Queen check.
And I gotta run for it. Okay. So he's still after me to a point where I can't do that either. And I gotta move this because this is under attack. So if I did this... It's a back rank check. But this isn't.
Bishop d3.
It's still a back rank check. I gotta move my king. Oh, so like my king is totally trapped back here, and I let him get down too far. So I really can't just up and take him like this. Oh, okay. What was I doing here? I was fooling around before. When did I stop fooling around? Oh, I'm actually going back too far. I do not need to go back that many moves. I thought it was cool to move this piece here. Yeah, no. Silly. Silly to go that way. Even though I want to push this way, the smartest thing I can do is go here
Bishop A5.
and start getting rid of this defense that he has. Did we get all of our time back that we lost, or is it still counting down? Because that's not fair if it's counting down. I just went back in time and went, okay, cool. So that's what happens when I went to the right, tried to block off his knight with the cool bishop thing that I was shown once. Doesn't work out in a real game because he just instantly drives my bishop away, and now I lose 2 or 3 tempos, and it's just bad times all around. Yeah. Okay, I gotta really soon finish this game too, because I'm trying to get this thing done tonight. You'll know what it is, even if it's...
Rook C8.
Even if it is what it is. Okay, now I see what you are defending. Okay, he moved. Perfect. I wanted that to happen. Now I can kind of... That pawn is so got me trapped! That's unbelievable! I don't want to move and lose this. That's too many moves to get out. I can't go like this and check him because there's nothing there. He's on a light square and I got a dark square here. Alright, there's moves. I should totally become active with my king right now. Move this out of the way, get it up here, and start giving him a hard time. Because my king is on a dark square getting ready for checks and stuff. Let's get active with my king now. Let's see what happens when I'm learning to get active with my king. Because I always left my king in the background.
Knight F6.
What are you after right now? Whatever you're after, you cannot get it right now. So now I'm just going to keep up here.
King E2.
And now what is Marius thinking? Now that I got my king moving, what is he thinking? I need to learn this, apparently, because I haven't been taught this part of the game.
Rook B8.
So... to check, he drives me back. If I do this, it's not going to be a check.
Rook D3.
Oh, wait, that's wrong. I want to go here, so right here. No, it is wrong. I'm going to move you. A nice little... It's not a check. Don't mind me. I'm absolutely missing my pawn over there. This isn't going to do anything. Just realized that I can't attack his piece.
King D3.
With my king. That's pretty silly. There's no need to do what I just did. For the last few moves, I didn't even see that his pawn was defending this. And my brain was that I went over here to take this piece out, but I can't go here because then my bishop dies. So I already just wasted all of this time. Ah, that was silly of me.
King F8.
He moved his king. It's trapped in the middle. It's seriously time to start attacking. My bishop is not moving from here. My bishop is staying exactly like this. Now I could drive my piece up, or it's time to get rid of this. That's a bad move. That's just a quiet move. I don't want to do a quiet move. I want to do something right now. How good is that? I go there. His knight has to move. It's not defended at all. Okay, because it could just take my piece and I can't do anything with it. Okay, I don't want to do that. It was a good move until I could see that his knight could go here. I thought his knight had to go here, here, or here, or back, but his knight could also go here. So that doesn't work. I need to get this piece out of my life. And I was going to do this, and then that, and then this, and then come over. But then I'm out of another piece. I lost a bishop for a pawn, basically. It's not worth it. I don't know if I'm comfortable with what I also did with my whatchamacallit, but now I'm gonna push.
G4.
Because I'm wondering how to get rid of this knight, how to get rid of this bishop, and I'll gladly get rid of that knight or bishop or that pawn. This pawn here is absolutely devastating me right now. I cannot do anything. I'm surrounded. I got all these pieces blocked off, like in the middle.
Bishop takes F2.
What did you just do? I had no idea what he just did, but it seems scary. If you take my pawn, I'm taking your knight. You take my other pawn, I'm taking... You can't take my pawn. Okay. Yeah, he can't. Never mind. I thought it was a rook for some weird reason. I'm moving his knight out of my way. Then I'm moving up.
Knight H5.
Okay. That's okay. Not worth the trade, though.
King E2.
Is he gonna go right back to where he was? If he goes back to where he was, then I don't want to do this. If he gets further driven out of my way, then I'm okay with that too. I just want to find out where he's gonna go.
Bishop D4.
He did. He went right back to where he was. Can I do this then?
Bishop C7.
And attack his... that, and also stop his knight from coming into there. Is this...
Rook B4. Rook C1.
Or am I defending now and doing it right? See, I was waiting for a blunder
King E8.
to kick in, and then I would have been like, oh, I shouldn't have done that.
Bishop A5.
Keep attacking your rook until you get out of my life. You can check me, though.
Knight F4. Check.
He actually checked me with the knight. Oh, okay, so the knight was a problem. Again, I even mentioned this last one.
King F1.
That the knight's going to be a problem. He's going to be able to... Can he check me and get two pieces? No, okay. I'm just curious, because again, I missed a knight move.
Rook takes C4.
I am going to take back.
Rook takes C4.
Finally?
Rook takes
Don't do
C5.
that. Don't do that, me.
Bishop C7.
Is this a bad move now? Like, I'm trying to get at his pieces from behind.
H6.
Oh, that also doesn't work because I can't attack it. Oh, I was just like, cool, I could attack it. No, his bishop is still right there. I'm not doing... I can't do that. I can't do this. The whole game is like, I can't go there or there. He's totally got me blocked. Wow.
D6.
I'm just curious what happens when I do this now. Because that's an unorthodox move. That's something you wouldn't normally think of to do in a chess game. But I'm soon going to, like, move my bishop down.
Knight E6.
He allowed me some breathing room.
Bishop G4.
I don't know where he's moving. Okay, show me what he's doing, because now I have no idea what he plotted there. He's gonna move.
Bishop G4 leads to knight takes G5, rook C1, knight takes E4, which loses a pawn. Better is bishop d2.
No.
Knight takes g5. Bishop takes e7, check.
I want to see what happens when I just do something crazy like this.
King takes d7.
My rook is in a terrible spot. My poor pawn's in a terrible spot. Okay. I can't believe how late it is. I even started 15 minutes early and I'm still not stopping this chess game. I was so curious to see what would happen, but I want to like get my rook away and then down and then over. And the only way like is to like make two
Rook c3.
That was silly, I know. I was a little bit further, please.
Rook c2.
Why is this a blunder?
Knight takes g5. Bishop e2.
I'm just gonna make a whole bunch of blunders, one after another, because this is clearly Marius's game. He's clearly got a plan, and I'm just trying to figure out what he's doing when he moves knights and stuff around.
Knight takes e4.
Okay, and I can't go here. So a well-established bishop in the middle with pawns defending it's pretty powerful too. I got my bishop over here. It's like it stopped as king at the first, but now it's doing nothing. My rook was in here and is in a terrible spot apparently. There's like a whole lot going wrong with this game. Can I like here goes. I'm gonna go before I start moving my king, because that was pretty stupid to move my king over there. Only to then realize that my king does not work there. What's going on? He was taking pieces. Yeah, okay. We're going... I don't want to go back that far, do I? Okay, I pushed... I pushed this to get rid of his knight. But the biggest problem in this game was this piece.
D takes c5.
That was the most dangerous piece in the game, wasn't it? And this piece too, but... like, I just want to throw him off.
Bishop takes b2.
He's going after my... he just... What? Oh, okay. Because I forgot what I was doing, because it's been that long. I should always try to defend myself first.
Bishop c3.
And then move up. And then have a surprise attack on two things. It's so hard to, when you stop a game. That was kind of funny that I'm just like...
C takes d4.
He has it defended numerous times.
Bishop takes d4.
So do I, though, at this point. Go for it, Marius. Show me what you got. Because I actually had this defended for the middle in the first place.
Knight takes d4.
No hesitation. I dare you to take my knight. I want you to take my knight. Go for it. Please. Be my guest. Because the moment you do anything, I'm going to undermine this other pawn, move my rooks where they're supposed to be, get my stuff, start defending before you come down, and push my king up like I'm supposed to. But the biggest hinge on this plan was to remove that one pawn, and that he just totally broke. But then, again, I didn't see it until after I saw it, and the game kind of went pretty bad. And then I could just go back in time and go, oh, cool. So that's what he's... For some reason, he was just aiming for C4 and C5. and that his whole game hinged on that. And because he's an AI, I don't know if he's gonna turn into Chessmaster mode. I hope not.
Knight h6.
Okay, that's not what I want you to do, but I will still gladly get rid of this piece now.
Rook a c1.
Again, he moved his knight. I didn't think about defending. Like, at all. No, he can't. Never mind.
Bishop takes d4.
You did it.
Rook takes d4.
You did what I want you to do. Thank you. Now I'm going to take with that pawn. Now I'm going to... He finally took it. He just took it after. He one other move and then he advanced his knight and then he went. I don't think he really liked my plan there. Okay, Marius, you did what I want you to do. Now I'm going to push and then take, and if you don't take, then I'm going to take. That's even better for me. Because then I'll have my pieces a little bit more here. And then I'm going to just start pushing pieces behind and push them on up, and then get your bishop out of my way. Or I can just do, like, I have a white, I do have this. So yeah, I'm getting rid of this so I can get rid of this. And if my pawn can just do that, I need to find a way to, like...
Rook c8.
Oh, he's doing it now.
b3.
I'm defending now. It's an over...
Castle
He
kingside.
overloaded it. Okay, so now if I go... I'm going for it. I don't care. Go for it.
b takes c4.
I should have went with something else. If he doesn't take, then I gotta switch my pieces around.
King g7.
He didn't go for it because the piece that I took wasn't good enough.
Bishop takes c4.
Now attacking again. Now, okay, so you shouldn't take with a weak piece without tempting him with more pieces. If he moves out of the way, then that also didn't have the desired effect that I want. Like at all. But I got it so defended.
Bishop takes c4. Rook c takes c4.
Can I just do this instead?
Knight takes c4.
Is that better? Because then if he dares takes it, then I'm totally good, right? But he's not going to take it. He wouldn't. He shouldn't. He couldn't. He better not. Because if he does, I'm going to be like, oh no. I can pile up onto this and then push here. I can start squeezing this area off. I feel like I got so much I can do.
Rook c7.
What are you aiming for with that move? Okay. That's a bad idea. Don't move that piece. I almost moved my knight for no reason. Alright, we're moving you here.
Rook c
I don't know,
d1.
I should probably move my king pieces up. I should have tried to block off the knight from being able to advance first. If the knight moves, then I should move my knight. My pawns to here. No, he can totally attack me. He can't go there. I should have moved one of my pawns here. So, Marius, if you move your knight, then I know what you're trying to do.
d6.
Stop his knight from coming into the game.
h3.
What now, Marius? Since you got me questioning what you're thinking.
F6.
Shore up my defenses.
F3.
Push, push. I don't know. Moving that there, move my king. Move that there. I could just push right there right now. I got double defense. What are you gonna do now, Marius? I'm gonna push on your king side. My king's over here too, but I'm assuming to move a pawn piece to really mess with me right now. Just something that'll throw off everything. To then which you'll be able to attack, like...
Knight F7.
He went that way.
G4.
I'm gonna squeeze him out. I'm gonna block him off so he doesn't come down.
Rook B7.
I'm not worried about you right now. What is the stronger move? 1, 2. Is this stronger or weaker? Going like this will stop his knight from coming down, but then he can move his pawns down.
F4.
And that'll throw off, it'll open up everything, I think. I'm just curious, because we had a pretty strong pawn structure here. And possibly moving my knight up, my king up would be better. I just gotta learn, because I have to learn by trial by fire, because I don't quite get the end game. Clearly there's 1,000 more moves I could have done better. It just, I haven't been trained and taught that yet. And I wonder if there's a game now to...
Rook C8.
If he attacks and takes, and if he attacks... I'm gonna go brazen now. If I go, he takes, I take, he takes. It's a loss.
H4.
I don't know what he's plotting, so... Now I can move this piece up.
Rook C5.
I go like this, I'm leaving my piece hanging. So I think he's waiting for me to fall into a spot. I'm curious if he'll instantly attack the moment I do this. He should attack, but I'm curious if he will. Because I could easily counter this right now.
Rook B1.
Then I'll move up. Then I'll move up. Defend your pieces before you move. I think I might have learned something. By just try to defend before you move up a piece, because what I did with my bishops before was just absolutely atrocious with my pawns.
Knight D8.
See, now you're going there. But I'm gonna slowly...
A3.
I don't know where his knight is aiming for, but I don't know if I like it. I got like a wall of pawns. It's very odd. I don't think I've ever seen pawns shaped like this. Well, I'm driving his bishop away now.
Knight E6.
Knight to E6. Oh. Well, if you take my knight, if you take my piece, I'm taking your piece.
B4.
I know. I see what he's doing. He's going to take my piece, I'm going to take his piece, and then we're going to be in the middle, and things are going to get
Knight takes d4.
Oh, not only I'm losing twice. Oh, okay. That's silly. That's silly. He's planning on moving his knight here.
f5.
Should have moved my king up here sooner. My king is not...
Knight c6.
Now you're moving there. What an interesting character. So, because he's doing that, I'm better off defending this piece.
Rook c1.
Because his endgame goal is way different than what I'm thinking. He has to go this way, right, okay. But then I'm gonna go here and stop him again. And then take and take and take. But
Rook b b5.
I have no idea why he just did that. Little quiet in-between move?
Rook c3. Rook b4.
Already too late, isn't it?
a3.
Okay, Marius, I don't know what you're thinking.
Rook b8. b4.
Okay, Marius, I don't know again. But now I got my two pawns up a little further. And now they're defended.
Rook c7.
Okay. Any move he makes is gonna hurt him? Is that how it works?
King f2.
Bring my king on up here now?
e5. F takes e5.
I dare you to move. No, you can.
F takes e5.
You can.
Knight takes e5.
He's got that piece defended with his knight. That's pretty funny. I can't take from that way.
King f3.
Oops, I meant to take back. Better is...
Knight e3.
Okay. I can't do that either. I can't move that. I can't move this. I gotta, like, back up one.
King e3.
Okay, I must be missing something. What is he after, then? He's after my rook, and then that's his two...
King e3. Leads to e takes d4. Check. King takes d4. h6.
Okay.
Which...
I gotta move my rook away.
Rook d d3.
That's wrong, too. Okay. Okay.
Rook d d3 leads to rook b c8. King e3. Rook takes c4, which does not result in any captures. Better is rook d1.
It wants me to move rook down to here.
Rook d1.
He stopped me from doing an attack on this with his knight, which is defending that. These are poised to it.
Rook d8.
Now you're piling up there. I don't know what to do. We have like even material. Like it's a perfectly matched game. I just don't know if I should take that out. And then he takes, and then I take, and then I lose. So I'm trying to move this here, but then that leaves my knight hanging. So like I'm kind of like right in between moves right now.
King
So
E3.
I can't move until I get my knight defended. And then I can come down and do something. But as of right now, I cannot move. And his knight is kind of blocked. His
Rook D
his knight is
C8.
blocked, and now his knight isn't. Okay. I can do that.
King D3. D5.
Wow, his knight got all of that defended as well.
Rook D5.
That's a blunder. Okay, I'm curious why, because I thought it was a good move. Because now he can't move his pawn down.
Rook D5. Leads to Rook takes C4. Rook takes C4.
Oh,
Rook
wow,
takes...
okay.
Rook D C1.
And now he's going to move his piece down. I'll take, though, this time.
Knight H6. G5.
Knight to there, check.
Knight G4, check. King F3. Knight H2, check.
Okay, where would I move to trap him forever? Here?
King G3. Knight F1, check. Rook takes F1. Rook takes C4. Rook C F3.
You know what I'm aiming for. That's exactly what I was waiting for. Bring it on. I'm gonna totally hit you with this, because...
Rook takes E4.
That doesn't work because he's too close. Let's check. We take... that just almost... It just didn't work.
King F2.
That's too bad. I almost had him, but his king is too close. So it doesn't work.
Rook takes H4. King E3.
He's gobbling up
Rook
my
G4.
pawn pieces. So
Rook
let's see
F6.
what he's doing to me.
Rook takes G5.
I can go like this. No, I can't. It'll just lead me to a check.
Rook takes
I don't know if
D6.
this was the right move or wrong move. I have no idea. I'm trying to like figure out how to... He's got two rooks to which he could just...
Rook G3, check. King F2. Rook takes A3. Rook takes G6,
It's a
check.
blunder. Oh, I see why.
Rook takes G6, check. Leads to H takes G6.
Oh, what? I didn't even see the pawn there. I don't know why I'm not seeing this.
Rook D, D1.
I don't know. I want to take something out.
B5. Rook A2 check. King E3. Rook H2. King E4.
Is he trying to take out
Rook B2.
all my pawns?
King takes E5.
He is, and he's going to take out my pawn and check my king.
Rook takes B5
Oh,
check.
okay, so like I'm just trying to figure him out, but
Rook D5. Rook B4 check. Rook E8 check. King F6.
okay, that's a blunder. Okay, I'm not allowed to do that apparently. That's a bad move. I didn't know.
King D6.
That's a
Rook
check. I gotta
D8
move out
check.
of the way. Of course that's bad. I see that.
King F6.
Also a blunder because he moves there. I can't move back. This is weird to handle. I'm checked right now. Right. I can't go here or here.
King D6.
I have to go there.
King F6.
I'm losing a rook no matter what I do. Okay, well I gotta like sit down and really start playing this game. I forget how back I need to go back to. What did I have a blunder that I let go? Because I don't remember what point. I should have looked at a number. But really, I was just fooling around. I made a funny line with my pawns and stuff. Like, and I did a little quiet move here and another quiet move there, and I don't know what I was doing, but it kind of like made me chuckle. So I'll save the game here, and we'll come back to it because this game's not going to end. I'm going to keep constantly moving until I see what's going on, and I tried to stop early again tonight, and I didn't. It's amazing how chess does this to me. But yeah, there's nobody around, so I feel like I shouldn't even continue on a crazy, thoughtful game anyway. So we'll just leave it be, and hopefully people are a little bit more free. I know what around the time it is, though, so I'm almost assuming people are going to be busy, so maybe chess wouldn't be the game I need to be playing. But I will still try to get the thing done so that I'm ready for it next time, for another chess game. So there you go. I'll leave it here in the middle of a game. I'm trying to fool around with Marius until I could figure out like what's going on. I made a funny wall. That was my joke. It clearly backfired. But yeah, either way. I gotta like get my king somewheres. And I think I want to leave my king either A in the middle or B on the right side and just go for it. But Marius then attacks on my queen side and then he opens up things and it's just bad for me. And I don't like have to trade again. I didn't have to trade my queens at the beginning and then just start like losing pieces and stuff. It's interesting how I'm trying to take this game to learn how it goes, but really, it's just one bad blunder just leaves me in a terrible state. But I wouldn't know how to avoid the blunders unless the game tells me. So clearly, a lot of learning I still need to do. But I'm just trying to figure out this way through trial through fire again, just because like I don't know what happens when I move a piece here. And then the game goes, that's a blunder. I'm like, okay, I don't know why. Why? Tell me. And then I see it and then go, oh, okay. So yeah, I mean, maybe this is helping me out. Maybe it's not. I don't know. I just figure I'll just play some things through and see what happens when you let a blunder go through. Because yeah, it's interesting. Either way, thanks Heavenlies for showing up and watching. And seriously, if you like what I'm doing, please hit those buttons. You know what they do by now. And I will see you all in the next episode. Take care,